for March 14th, 2024. I don't see our city manager present. Here they come, just making sure we have everyone. May I have a motion for the City of Miami Commission meetings for January 11th, 2024? I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes for January 11th, 2024. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. I understand Commissioner Reyes is coming right out. I know. We have 2 pocket items, I believe. I'd like to move forward with the pocket items. May I have a motion to pass pocket item 1 and 2? Absolutely. Can I have a motion for discussion? Okay. And which? No? Try now.
No, they're not. Yeah, okay.
Now they're working.
Good?
So yeah, I just want to discuss the Carollo appointment of his director. Shouldn't we just table that till next time, because somebody's got to be appointed. We don't know if it's going to be Carollo or somebody else, and then maybe that person that comes in would want to appoint a different director. So I think it might be a waste of time. My humble 2 cents. What do you guys think?
For, as I understand it, and the rules of pocket items, putting pocket items forward, is that it needs to have some urgency, time sensitivity. And as I understand it, this is required or necessary because there's some action that must be taken. And I understand that the Bayfront Trust issue with respect to who will chair it, the way we have it set up now, it's after an audit, and I don't want anything to fall by the wayside with respect to progress with the trust. So I'd like to move forward with the pocket item, because whatever is done, once, if there's new administration or anything like that, then as is customary, that administration will determine.
Absolutely.
Correct?
Absolutely. And I mean, we are in the middle of by the way, Mr. City Manager, what's the status of the audits for the different boards that we have? What's the status?
I'll get you an update shortly if you'd like.
Give me an update, because we have about a couple of, close to 30, 35, 40 days in order to comply with it. And then we will take action when those audits are in. And if it is a different, chairman, or if it is the same chairman, whatever it is, whatever we decide, you see, it has the authority to pick whoever they want. And we will determine the person.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay, let's move on it.
Let's move on.
And then wait for the audit. Okay. Okay. I move the pocket items, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we can only vote on PI 2 because PI 1 is a mitigation settlement.
Okay, PI 2.
So do I have a motion and a second for pocket item 2?
Move it.
I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
And again, that was for pocket item 2, which is the appointment of the executive director.
Correct.
4-0.
Correct.
Got it.
And at this time, we're going to hear pocket item 1, which there is time sensitivity on this one as well, which is why it's coming to us as a pocket item.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Madam Chairwoman, Robert Santos Tarbona, Co-Compliance Director. Happy birthday, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you.
All right. This item is for mitigation of property located at 5101 Biscayne Boulevard. The violations in question stem from case number CE 2018-024419. Violations were for failure to maintain lots work performed without permits, and failure to register the property. NOVs, notice of violation was issued on November 27, 2018, adjudicated on March 13, 2019. The violation ran for 1,729 days and accrued a total of $432,250. I'm going to yield in a few seconds to counsel. I understand the offer on the table is $6,600, which is the equivalent of 1.5. There's mitigating circumstances that I think you should hear, but that is 1.5%. But I do have a recommendation to you. If you want to hear it now, I can make it.
Tell me the mitigating.
I would say at least right below 5% is $20,000, and I think that's a lot more reasonable.
Good afternoon, Commission. Rachel Dooley from the Office of the City Attorney. A lawsuit was filed by counsel to quiet title. I believe they have a closing coming up. That was their urgency, that this needed to be resolved prior to that, hence why it was approved as a pocket item. We had been going back and forth in discussions in this particular case, and counsel will give you probably more of the flavor on it. You have two properties, 5101 and 5125. They're two adjoining lots. They complied, both of the lots together at the same time, through the same process number and permit number. The 5125 lot was complied, and they went to mitigation and received mitigation in the amount of $6,600. For whatever reason, it was not dealt with at the time, that the 5101 lot was left not complied and the lien was still running, but that compliance was at the same time as the 5125 lot. So when they came to do their sale, the running lien popped up, and then it was filed to come before you, because while the 5125 lot was taken care of, the 5101, which is what they're here on, continued to run for all of those days, and then accrue that larger fine.
But you said that they had filed together to remediate together.
So the permit covered both lots that complied it. Now, the mitigation, I don't know how mitigation was requested or when that was done. Only one was put on calendar, because if a case is not complied, it cannot be put on a mitigation calendar. So I would assume
but you said that both complied at the same time.
They would have complied at the same time. However, for whatever reason between the owner and code compliance, the 5101 property did not get complied at the same time.
So I need to understand why, if they applied for the permit together, they complied together, then why didn't the second one? And I assume, but somebody's going to, because I don't want to assume, they didn't find out that both weren't complied with until they went to sell the property and the lien popped up.
So when they went to the hearing, only one case was heard, which obviously from the city's position is a clear notice to the property owner and whoever was there.
But that doesn't sound like a clear notice to me, because you could have had, because if they applied both and if they complied both, I don't know the city's process, and I'm going to figure that both are being taken care of.
Well, so I can explain that to you. When you set down a mitigation hearing, you have to request for both properties. Each violation has its own order, its own file, and its own process. So if you leave and you're only getting one order, and it says, and the lien gets released and you pay it, it's only as to the one case and the one property. You would get a release of lien only under one property address and one case number. Now, the oversight, you could probably look at that and say both parties sort of fumbled the ball, if you want to put it that way. I don't think any one party is more responsible or not responsible than the other. More than you could look at it as an oversight as to both. But it would be hard not to know going there that was missing.
I understand what you're saying, but when there's an oversight and there's anything that would fall on the city, I would err on the side of they're the plaintiff or the respondent. I don't know. Which
Not
one are we?
not disagreeing with
Right.
you, but
So
just-
I would err on
Yes.
this because that damages
Yeah.
the city. That it makes sense to me that, it's two properties, they complied at the same time, they got the permit for the two properties, one property gets it and one property doesn't, and I understand, I understand more than most. So I would be inclined to give them the same mitigation that they received for the other property because both were complied with at the same time. So my request would be the $6,600 for
So-
what we are doing here.
Motion.
I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Hold on. One question.
Of this property?
The principals that are owners of the property are Vagabond Group and Matoni Group, which are Average Jane and Ricardo Caporal are
Okay.
the principals.
Yeah, let me see if this is what I'm looking at, or maybe I'm in the wrong place. Is this 5101 Biscayne Boulevard?
That is correct,
that we're
Vice Chair.
Discussing? Okay, that's fine.
Thank you very much, Vice
Sure,
Chair.
thank you.
So I have a motion and a second.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. With the consent agenda items, gentlemen, are there any items that you would like to pull for discussion?
Can you
Consent-
give us just one quick minute?
Absolutely. And while you're looking, our city clerk needs to read into the record a couple of sponsorships.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Pardo would like to sponsor CA5, CA6, CA7, CA8, CA9, CA10, and CA12. Commissioner Reyes would like to sponsor CA6 and co-sponsor RE11 and FR2. Commissioner King would like to co-sponsor FR2. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Got a lot of CAs today.
13 of them.
Half for District 2. Been a busy bee. Okay. I'm fine with everything that we have here.
I have a motion for the CAs. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the CA items. All in favor?
And Chair, just for the record, CA6 needs to be amended. My apologies. The resolution and exhibit both need to be amended. Substitution memo was distributed on 3/12/24.
With CA6 as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The consent agenda has passed unanimously.
That was through 13, right?
That's through 13.
That's right.
Move PH1.
PH1.
That's yours.
I have a motion.
Yes.
I have a second for
Second.
PH1. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Do I have a motion for PH2?
Motion.
Did you make the motion?
Go ahead.
I have a motion. I have a second.
Yes, you have a second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Do I have a motion for PH4?
I'll make the motion.
3 was withdrawn, okay.
Yes.
CS3 was wrong.
3 was with indefinitely deferred.
Yeah, 4 move.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for PH4. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. PH5. Do I
Move.
have a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Our public hearing PH items have passed unanimously. May I have we have two mitigations for RE3 and RE4. So may I have a motion to pass RE1 and RE2?
Move it.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We have RE3 is a mitigation, 1252 Coral Way. The parties step forward. Mr. Director?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. RA3 is for the mitigation of a property located at 1252 Southwest 22nd Street. This case, we have two overlapping violations, CE 2021-017718 for no certificate of use, and CE 2021-009859 for BTR. Usually those violations are in one, so two sides of the same coin. For whatever reason, we had this one's running separately. So we go ahead and consolidated the violations into one, with NOVs running into issued on September 1st, 2021, adjudication taking place on October 13, 2021. The property ran fines of $38,500. And speaking with the respondent, they have upped their offer to 15% to $5,775.
Okay. What kind of property is this again? I'm sorry, I didn't have the time to go by before.
From Nicholas Rodriguez on behalf of the applicant. It's a commercial property. It's a restaurant and bar.
It's a restaurant and bar.
One moment.
Is that NEMI?
Yeah, it's not.
Okay. I'm familiarized with it. I think 15% for what's been described to me, and it hasn't been that long of a time period, is more than sufficient. So you would like to express anything else on the record?
Yeah, just similarly, I recall this from being the CEB attorney for the city, this
Yes.
going through and how they filed them separately. The request is, and without objection, which is case number CE 2021-017718, would be abated to zero. And then the amount as agreed to, or as they spoke to, would be on 2021-009859. So I just want to be clear, there still are two cases. But again, in a similar fashion to the last one here, there was a little crossover and overlap with a very involved owner, by the way, for the entire time.
Yeah, I think they try to be responsible. I'm so moved. The 15% that they offer.
So I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries
As
unanimously.
amended?
As amended. Motion carries unanimously. We have another mitigation,
Thank you very
RE4
much.
2071 Northwest 6th Place.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. As Chairwoman said, this mitigation before you is for 2071 Northwest 6th Place. This is a 2016 case for failure to maintain lot. Notice of violation issued on February 4th, 2016, adjudicated on May 4th, 2017. The violation ran for 591 days, accruing a total of $147,750. And the respondent, as I understand, is offering 15%, which is $22,162 with 50 cents.
Motion.
Second.
We're accepting, I'm sorry, I missed.
15%.
15%.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
As amended?
As amended.
Amended.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
RE5.
It's been deferred till April 11th.
Yes.
Okay.
So RE6,
Motion to defer.
we have a motion to defer RE6. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair, to what date?
To what date?
Next commission meeting.
April 11th.
Understood.
RE7.
RE7. I need some information on this item.
So this is pertaining to Mr. Ben Cooney and Cooney and Davis. City of Miami is paying Ben Cooney and Cooney Davis Law Firm for representation of Diaz de la Portilla and Carollo, while at the same time suing City of Miami City Clerk and City Canvassing Board. I contend that there's a conflict of interest, and I am the maker of the motion.
I'll second it.
So I have a motion and a
Sorry.
second for discussion.
I heard a conflict of interest. I lost you there.
Oh, sorry. Let me repeat that again. So what I said was that the law firm has a conflict of interest, in my opinion, because they are They're representing Diaz de la Portilla, they're also representing you, but they're
Yeah.
also suing, nothing to do with you in this case.
No, no, I understand.
But suing the city of Miami, the city clerk, and the city canvassing for it at the same time. And the gentleman's right there. Yes.
May I make a comment? I believe that I don't know if maybe somebody says that it's not a conflict of interest, but appearance is about 90% of reality, you see? And there is, if you are defending, you are working in favor of the city of Miami, and at the same time, there is a suit against the city of Miami, and you represent them. You cannot be, like we said in Spanish, con Dios y con el diablo. You know, you cannot be either you are with the Lord or you are with the devil. But you cannot be in both places. And that is, I agree with my colleague that something got to be done there. Either we stop that or you leave one of them. Okay?
I'd like to hear from the city attorney. I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Chair.
Commissioner Reyes, let me see if I understood you. Are you saying that he should represent one or the other, but not both?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes,
Are you
yes,
saying
I
the
agree
same
with that.
thing?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
We're not borrowing or anything. That's not
No,
what I'm saying.
I
I'm saying that,
understand. I just want to make sure I understood that. Before we proceed, can I ask the city attorney? Mr. Cuney, as you all know, has represented me extensively. Way back since I was mayor. What he's doing for me now is basically some cleanup items that needed to be done, but are important, but it is of a minor issue compared to what he's done in the past. I don't know exactly what he's doing for others, but I do want an opinion from the city attorney before I proceed, if I have any conflict of interest in voting on this.
So we'll put a pin in that for a second. I just wanted to make sure that
the reason I'm asking, because if there's any doubt, then I will abstain before proceeding and not enter into discussion.
Okay, give me one moment. One moment.
Or if we need to ask the Ethics Commission, the only thing that I would ask respectfully of the maker of the motion, if then we bring it back the very next meeting when there's a clear answer. But I think that we all are in agreement that I should have an answer if the city attorney can't give me one.
Okay, if remember that any opinion I give you with regard to ethics is not one that you could take to the bank, as so we say, because the Ethics Commission is the one that determines these things. So I would appreciate, and thank you, Commissioner Carollo, we should have probably thought to ask about this. If we can reset this item till April 11th and get you a proper response.
That's fine.
I just wanted to, before that though, I just wanted to make sure that Mr. Cuney does not represent the city of Miami. So there could be an appearance of impropriety or something like that as discussed, but that is not a true ethical breach because he does not represent the city of Miami. I need that to be very clear. Also, Mr. Cuney is here, and before you take any type of action, I would ask that he be heard as well. But in light of what Commissioner Carollo has brought up, I think it would be most prudent to reset this for April 11th to discuss.
Can I intercede for a minute, please? Number one.
Through the chair.
Yep. I'm citing Rule 4-1.7, conflict of interest per the Florida Bar. And while that might be true, Victoria, what you're saying, the city of Miami is paying Mr. Cuney. Okay, and right now, Mr. Cuney has a lawsuit against me. He has a lawsuit against the city of Miami, and at the same time, the city of Miami is paying him. And that's what I'm saying. That, I think, is a clearly conflict of interest, or like Commissioner Reyes says, the optics don't look good. So I'll leave it at that, but whatever you gentlemen choose to do, that's what I would expect. And I understand what you're saying also.
I understand how you feel. I really do. But All that I'm saying is that I don't think I should go forward any further. I'm not getting involved in asking questions or anything. And all that I've asked for is that if we could defer this to the next meeting until we get an answer from the Ethics Commission.
And also, by the way, by all means, Mr. Cooney, you are, I want to hear what you have to say.
Commissioner Reyes?
Yes, I want to make my position clear. I understand, sir, you are in high demand because you are an excellent attorney. I do understand that, you see, and but it's nothing personal. But the way that I see it, regardless of the opinion of the if it is a conflict of interest of Mr. Arroyo, I believe that you shouldn't be representing, defending the city, and at the same time suing the city. You see, I understand you are an excellent attorney. That's why everybody wants to hire you, but we have to draw the line and say either you are with us or you are against us. I mean, that's my point. That's my point. It's my humble opinion, I'm a country boy from Victoria La Tuna, and that's the way we were there. You are with me or you are against me. You see? And that's what the way I feel.
So do I have a motion? Commissioner Pardo.
No, I just wanted to say I'm in favor of resetting it. I'm also in favor of freezing wherever we are with attorney's fees today until we get a response and we can take action.
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
Saying that we would spend no further attorney's fees on these cases until we receive an opinion and take action on the item.
And then it's the same, that's like taking action on the item today.
So.
Well, we can freeze it until we get a determination.
So let's, Mr. Cooney, would you like to say something?
Thank you for the opportunity, Commissioners. All of you know me. I'm Ben Cuney.
I actually don't. I've never met you.
I'm Ben Cuney. I'm a resident of the city of Miami. My office is also in the city of Miami, 100 Southeast 2nd Street, Suite 3105 for the last 30-something years. I am a longtime member of the Florida Bar since 1977. I'm board certified in 3 areas, and as Commissioner Reyes mentioned, I am known to be quite a competent lawyer. I have represented for many years government officials with this city. I've provided advice to candidates who became government officials, and I have tried to do my best to serve my clients at all times. I'm a former president of the Dade County Bar Association, a former member of the Florida Bar Board of Governors, and I am known to be a specialist in ethics and professionalism matters, having provided advice to governments and clients. I can assure you, despite the personal concerns that have been expressed, there is no legal, actual, or appearance of conflict. I do suggest, because there is serious concern on the part of at least the sponsor and maybe other commissioners of what might be arguably an appearance of conflict, that there is not. But the best way to do this, in my view, is to allow me, in consultation with the city attorney, to request an opinion from the Florida Bar as to whether this presents any form of conflict whatsoever. I believe that would be of value to the Commission in making a decision on this very important resolution, a resolution that affects the ability for current members of the City Commission to receive competent legal representation by counsel of choice, as well as for this Commission to feel comfortable that there is, in fact, no conflict. And I do want to underscore that the law and the appearance is quite clear. The payment of legal fees is not the same as representation. I would ask to defer this item pending the request for an opinion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So, I need a motion and a second to defer the item. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
I have a second. So I have a motion and a second to defer the item.
Manolo wants to talk.
No, I will vote yes. We're gonna
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
say
And that is to April 11th.
The item has been deferred until April 11th. I understand that there has been a request to get an opinion from the Florida Bar.
Florida Bar.
I think that would also be helpful. That's guidance, and I think that's fair. So we're going to
No,
get.
wait a minute. Let me be straight. I'm not deferring to defer. I'm deferring to, per the gentleman's request, to have a legal opinion.
Right, that's what we-
Not a legal opinion, an ethics opinion.
That's what we just voted on, an ethics opinion.
But we said Florida Bar and the ethics, so there's two.
Yeah.
That's
No,
right.
The
no, but
ethics-
I wanna
our
put that in the
motion is
record.
just for the ethics. He said Florida Bar.
Got it.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah,
to
I
get
agree.
an opinion.
So let's
but
do that. Let's do that.
You want, so may I have
Yes.
a motion to get an opinion from the Florida Bar as well? I have a motion.
Motion.
Do I have a
Second.
second? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
And Madam Chair, quick question on the building up of attorney's fees between now and the next meeting. How will those attorney's fees be handled?
The billing is usually monthly, right? So I wouldn't want to suspend billing because I'm going to stop using my legal expertise and let the lawyers be lawyers. I'm a
Madam
commissioner.
Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I would suggest the problem with that is that if work has to be done, the attorney is going to perform the work and then we cannot not pay him.
Right.
So I would suggest that although I understand what the commission is trying to achieve, that if you're going to defer this, you defer it and then revisit the issue.
Or would the attorney then understand to hold off work product if
Well,
possible?
work that has to be done in a case has to be done, or else you will prejudice the rights of the parties to the case. Until the commission makes a final decision, my recommendation would be to let it ride.
Okay.
Whatever work has to be done, the city's going to have to pay for it until the commission makes a final decision. That's what I would recommend.
I think that would be prudent that we do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just needed to clarify because the ethics opinion, we were going to look at the ethics opinion with regard to what Commissioner Carollo asked. The Florida Bar opinion is what would matter for purposes of
Conflict.
right. So I just wanted to be clear that that's what
Yes.
Commissioner Gabela understood.
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Cooney, as I said, you are an excellent attorney. That's nothing personal. It's just that it is what it is, and I hope I never need your services. Okay, thank you.
RE8, I'm going to let my colleague take the lead on it.
I'm
who's
ready for a
sponsor-
motion if you gentlemen are, but if anybody wants to speak,
I would definitely.
I think some of our colleagues would want to say something. So,
A motion. A motion.
so I have a motion and a second for discussion.
RE8 for discussion was the
Biscayne Park,
Biscayne Park that we spent all morning on, right?
correct.
Correct. And since I patiently listened, this is my opportunity to address the item. Originally, I actually went back to all the meetings and I saw, all the conversations. I've sat through meetings like this already where everyone has presented. I've met with the Sentiners. I've met with everyone involved. I'm the chair of the Omni CRA, so I was intimately involved in all of this. And when this started under Commissioner Russell. At that time, it was contemplated the Miami-Dade Public Schools, as well as the concepts of affordable and workforce housing and keeping a very good park for the community would all be integrated. That somehow changed after the Omni CRA was moved over to Commissioner Diaz-La Portilla. At that time, hundreds of thousands of dollars exchanged between Commissioner Diaz-La Portilla and the Sentiners, and a license, a 4/5 vote revocable license, was brought up before commission, before this body. When it came before this body, it was very clear. Commissioner Russell said, I want Miami-Dade County Public Schools at the table. It was very clear. I believe Commissioner Reyes, you had also made that point. And what actually happened was they were entirely cut out. They never met before that meeting or after that meeting. Later on, of course, we know that Commissioner Diaz-La Portilla was arrested, as well as the Sentiners' in-house counsel on money laundering and bribery charges. So what we have ascertained from the beginning is that this transaction was born out of a really corrupt situation that didn't go the right way to serve the public interests. There was never a bid process. There was never an appraisal of the land. We have no way of knowing not only what would be built, but how we would ever manage it. So it makes perfect sense to revoke this license. And the idea that there's a $10 million gift or donation is surreal and disingenuous, because actually at those original meetings, it was always referred to as a $10 million investment. And with that investment comes depreciation. And by the time we would end up receiving whatever was there back, there would be very little to no value. So this is a case where the public interests were simply not being served. And it's time for us to return that to the public and open it up.
Commissioner Reyes?
No, I totally agree that we have an alternative, which, in my opinion, will benefit the city and the residents of not only the city of Miami and Dade County. They will greater benefit for the city and for the residents. So I agree that this is a revocable license, and I am all in favor of calling the revocable license.
And Madam Chair, the only other addition I wanted to say to that is that I think it's very important when there's such a big issue of public interest and there's so much knowledge that we have kind of discovered and are working with, to share that with the public so that the public can understand that there's a major interest happening and we need you. I was so encouraged, enthused, and motivated to see all of you young people and so many people come out and let your voices be heard, because that really does make a difference. But if they don't know it, I mean, I was on your side of the fence for 35 years, and so many times I would read about it in the Herald, and it was too late. That's kind of what happened last time. It was too late. You know, Miami-Dade public schools were cut out, so the way you avoid that and the way you lead is to let people know, hey, ring the bell. We need you. If you care, show up. So I commend everyone for doing that. And I also want to explain to the senators why it's important to use social media or any media to let them know these positions so that the public can really step up.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you. One of the big difference for me on how I will be voting in this now is what I heard Mr. Sedner say, that he was pulling the 10 million out. And I think we have to take him at his word. Having said that, I do want to ask the city attorney, what liabilities might we have if we go forward with this vote versus taking him at his word that he pulled the $10 million, then the deal is finished?
Right. So in a perfect world, thank you, Commissioner Carullo, for asking that. In a perfect world, I would like a letter from them just advising that they aren't going forward with this project. So if we could reset this item with to next.
No.
I don't want to reset.
Wait a minute. We're getting off hand.
Commissioner,
I'd like to take a vote, up or down.
Commissioner Cabela,
Yes.
just so you know, when someone else is speaking and
Yes,
you want to
yes,
be,
I am
you have
aware.
to say, Madam Chair.
Madam
Can
Chair.
Madam Chair.
Madam
So
Chair,
then I
wait.
can recognize you.
May I please
And I-
intercede, because at the end of the
my
day, I am
partner
the
is
motion.
so passionate about what is happening here. He's so passionate, and I just want to walk him through. So let's let our Madam City Attorney finish, and then I'd like to say something as well, because I have a question or two.
Yeah, but I'm not done yet.
And when you finish, she was asking, and then he'll get his answer.
I was
and-
asking her.
Yes.
I was waiting for her to come back, but it's all right. He could finish with her. Then I'll come back.
No, go ahead. Finish.
I think
finish
Victoria,
your thought.
finish your statement.
Your thought. I'll be your.
The bottom line is, all that I want, Commissioner Gabela, is guidance so that we could be as best protected as possible. If we vote forward with it, I think part of the motion has to be that based upon his proffer to us today that he's pulling the $10 million, we are canceling.
But Carollo, in the original agreement, they only have an agreement which takes 4/5 what we're doing, and that's it. They don't have a lease, they don't have a contract, they don't have anything
Miguel,
that they can come back at us.
I understand that,
and that's where I was going to say.
But the reality that we live in,
Right.
all that it takes is a few $100s. They could file a lawsuit, and then they could claim that they invested so much, and then we'll be dragged in for another year or two, where it's going to cost us attorneys fees.
But I, like you, am concerned of the money wasting in government.
Well-
And believe me, I would not do this, and I've studied it, okay, and the only thing, this has happened 2 times, as far as I know, in the city of Miami with something like this. I even asked Mr. Senator, when he told me, do you have a lease? Do you have a contract? Do you have anything? No, the only thing I have is an agreement, and basically, at any whim of the commission, for any cause, with a 4/5 vote, it's terminated, end of story. And this is what we're doing here today, so there's no recourse because
I understand what you're saying, but
Yeah.
I think that he could make a case that if he would have spent it so much before in good faith, before this was pulled from under him, that he has a claim to make. But what I'm saying is that he lost that claim by the proffer that he made. So whatever motion is made, I respectfully request that it's made based upon him proffering that he's taken the $10 million away. This way, it puts us in the best safe position where it would be very, very difficult to make a claim in a lawsuit. And that's all that I'm saying to you in this. Now, having said that, and look, I think we all want and need to protect the city of Miami. Having said that, here's the other problem that I have. And let me try to be as politically correct as I can in describing this. Now that Mr. Diaz-Liberté is not here, it's a lot easier to take him on. I took him on stronger than anybody ever did. I think the only member of the commission that was here at the time was Commissioner Reyes. He was sitting where you were, Mr. Guevara, and it was with my motion and my statements that this commission followed and yanked him out of being chairman of the CRA at that time for things that I felt were done wrong. There's a lot of statements that were made during that meeting that I'm sure that you saw it and you might remember some, but it's there for the record.
Well, I'm here because I beat Mr. Diaz de la Portilla, elected by the people, just like you're duly elected. So I also took him on. But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but I'm talking right here.
I understand.
So.
And I'm not saying otherwise.
No, I understand. So I want to be clear in that with Diaz de la Portilla. But I will say to you that, and this is based upon some of the statements that Commissioner Pardo made on contributions and so on, Mr. Russell received a lot of contributions from a developer, the same way that you described the Senators have been given contributions or to someone that ended up giving them to Diaz de la Portilla. You had Mr. Russell that received a lot of contributions from a developer that was the developer that was supposedly going to go forward with the school board and all these projects that we heard about today. And how do I know about that? Very simply, on a day that was a holiday, if I remember correctly, I got invited to a luncheon with a former superintendent of the school board and the developer, so they could talk to me about this project that they had. That's the first time that I was informed on it. We're talking about a piece of land that is across from a religious facility. I think we need to take into consideration what they feel on having a sky rise there, because this is part and the most important part of what the school board and that developer talked to me about back then was not the school, but the apartments that were going to go there. This is city land, and what I've heard here today was that the school board wants it for a school. But I haven't heard anything about how is the city going to be reimbursed. Out of everything that I heard here today, the one statement that rings in my ear was the lady that mentioned that the majority of the kids, the vast majority that go there, don't live in the city of Miami. They're coming from all over Miami-Dade County. They're coming even from Broward. And that reminded me, back when I served with Mayor Ferre, and we gave the school board the land where Mass Academy lies on today, and all the promises that were made to us about City of Miami kids being able to go there. And I submit to you that we have so few City of Miami kids that go there that it's shameful that we gave all that land for that. So I want to be very clear that on the vote today, that doesn't mean that I'm ready to jump in board and drink the next tea that's going to be served, or Kool-Aid, from the school board. Because, one, they have a lot of land, a lot more than we do. They have a lot of money that they tax. And if they want to go into some kind of partnership with us for schools, then we should have a guarantee that every kid in the city of Miami that would like to go there gets priority over any kids from anywhere else outside of the city of Miami. It's our land. And we should work out business financial terms on whatever goes on there. And I just want to be clear on that, where I stand. I'm not voting for this so that, I'm jumping in with the school board and give the land away. I'm not about to do that.
Mr. Carrero?
Yes.
If I may, this is not the case, what we are doing here now.
No, not now.
Not what we're doing here now. We are based, and I am offering an amendment that if Commissioner, the proponent, he accepted, Gavela, that the motion should read, based on the information that we receive, that they have backed up from the deal, and that way would take care of everything that all the dangers of having been sued. It's just a couple of paragraphs that will say only based on their actions that they took, that they rescinded the compromise, and that's it. It's only a couple of paragraphs. And besides that, to your point of jumping with the school system, let me make it clear. I met with Mr. Dodres, and they are not going to build in that area. That's not what I heard. They're not going to build, a skyscraper or anything. It's a school. And I made it clear that any piece of land, an inch of any land park that is used have to be replaced by the same amount of land. You see? be converted into parkland. So we don't know, I mean, I don't want another Melreese here. You see?
Well, that I'd like, but it should be sufficient land that equals in value to what that land is worth.
Absolutely, but what we should do is, we have not entered yet, not even in discussion with the school system or anybody else. We can place it for RFP if we decide that we want to do an RFP, and they will be one of the many people that will try to will apply for to use that land. So what we're doing here, we are just finishing once and for all the license that was voted in, and this is not. We are not at this moment. It is not because Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla has been arrested or anything. It is because the deal. You see, we now have an alternative, and the deal is could be much better. And as I always said, we should have gone into an RFP, as Gabela and Pardo have said, and I agree with it.
Can I just say that this is where I'm coming from?
Commissioner Pardo.
I had a question for the city manager. Are there park permits issued? I understand they're just the only permits issued on the property are just some park permits that run annually?
Yeah, I don't specifically know the term of them, but there are some permits that have been issued on.
And it's just that same annual park permit that runs from year to year?
I can get you a full detail of what's there now if you like. We'll get Chris to pull it together.
That would be helpful. I say that because I would like to vote on this item as is, because this item is about revoking a revocable license. That's all this item is about. Everything else we're talking about here, whether the senators give or don't give 10 million, does not come into play on this item. I think Commissioner Cabela has called the vote, and I think we should vote.
Yep, I agree. And so can I speak now?
No, you can't.
Okay, thank you very much. To your point, I submit to you, Commissioner Reyes, that we should do it on two things. Based on principle, number one, that there was a no-bid process, the way it was done. And number two, if you want to quote that they have rescinded, that's fine with me. But had they not rescinded, would I still be supporting this? No, I would be voting again a thousand times against this, because the only thing we're doing here is we're revoking the license. And then you got to ask yourself, why is it, okay, that they never built? And the reason that they never built, because they're not sure of this. Like I told Mr. Sentner in my office, if I was you, I would never make a deal like this, spend $10 million unless you got money to burn. Maybe they do. Apparently they do. God bless them. I'm a capitalist. Okay. I want everybody to have money. I want to have money, and I do. But the point is this, that that we're revoking it simply because of the no bid. That was unfair. They didn't get a chance. And you know what? You're right. It should be open to all. And you know what? Maybe the public schools, ourselves, the CRA, and the Sentiners can also have a joint project and be a better project.
Okay, I think we're just going around this.
I think we should call the question.
Yeah, just call the question.
So we had a motion and a second for discussion. Now may I have a motion?
Can I get another minute? Look, I was going to be voting on this with some inclusion, but the bottom line, if we're just voting on this because there was no bid, there was plenty of advertising that people knew that this was coming. So if it's only for the no bid a reason, I'm not voting for it. I mean, we don't need a reason to revoke a license.
Exactly. So let's call the question. That's it. Let's call the question. Let's vote.
If you want to say that you're revoking it, period.
I got many reasons for revoking. I just use one. I don't want to get into things. Let's call the question and let's do what we got to do.
My question
and that's
is,
it.
Hold on.
What is the actual motion?
To revoke the
To
license.
revoke.
But
Just to revoke.
wait. First of all, I need a motion to revoke the license because my motion was for discussion. So may I have
So
a motion?
to revoke the license.
I'll second it.
So it's a motion to revoke the license.
It's only a motion to revoke the license.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's it. That's
that's
what we're
it.
doing.
Now, can we just include in there, to protect the city to the fullest, the fact that he proffered that he was withdrawing the $10 million request. And that's to
For
protect
me,
this
I'm
board.
doing it out of principle for what I believe is right. My conscience, you gentlemen do, and ladies do what you got to do. I'm simply making the motion to cancel, whatever you want to call it, and that's my motion. Period. End of story. Whoever wants to go along, let's go. If not, let's get this over with.
And to your point, Commissioner Carollo, Mr. Sentner did give an interview to the Miami Herald. It popped up on my notification, and he said, and they quoted him, that he was withdrawing his support.
And again,
But again, I'd like to remind everybody, because you say something for 1 minute, Commissioner Russell said at a commission meeting, I quit today, and walked off. And then he walked back out and said,
I remember that.
no, I didn't.
Nobody's quitting here today, I think. I don't think anybody's quitting
And I
here
say
today.
that just to say that, you say something in the heat of the moment, and then, but we do have the authority to revoke the license,
Absolutely.
and that's
That
all
is-
we're doing here today.
We don't need no excuse.
So I have a
It is
motion and a
revocable
second.
license.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
aye, and for the record, my aye is because Mr. Sedner made it clear on the record that he was withdrawing the $10 million.
Okay.
And
Motion carries unanimously.
I would withdraw too if I didn't have the votes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, let's keep on going.
So I believe the remaining of our RE items are, oh wait. So may I have a motion for RE 9, 11, 12, and 13?
Move and I already
Okay,
know.
hold on a second.
Oh,
I
yeah.
I would like to pull for discussion RE 12 and RE 13, right? It is,
Yeah, but we got 9 here
yeah,
also.
RE
those are the
12.
appointments.
Let's bring 9 for a second too. Where we're
That's
at.
right.
Okay, well, let's go
This-
one
this
by
could-
one then.
this could get-
Here we
What
go.
are we discussing?
RE 9.
RE9?
City Employees Eligibility Crime Stoppers Reward Program. Do I have a motion for discussion?
Motion.
I have a motion and a second for discussion. I will start with my vice chair.
All right, so we could be clear and 2 of our new colleagues can understand. Last, I don't know, over a year ago now, I think, we approved an ordinance that we would provide, if I remember correctly, up to $500 through Crime Stoppers for anyone that would provide for us information that would lead to the arrest and conviction of anyone that they would report that was dumping illegally in our city. I don't know how much we paid out. In fact, I think part of the problem is we haven't put out that information sufficiently. I think if we do a campaign, in particular in your district, Commissioner Gavella and mine, I think we will get a lot more response. But this here talks about city employee that are not working hours being able to report it and get $500 too. And I just want to make clear what we're voting upon.
Yes, Madam Chair.
We're going to go in order. That would be Commissioner Gabelli.
No, I'm listening. On this one, I'm listening to what you guys have to say,
Okay.
and I'm going to go,
Commissioner Pardo? Commissioner Reyes?
Yes, my only fear on this is that a person that is, we have to think about this, and I think the reward is very good. But you see, a person that is doing the job, for example, all of us, we have employees that they go around our district in those little trucks and all of that, and if they see while they are working, during working hours, if they see some illegal dumping, you see, instead of reporting, and it could be, you see, that we are opening up the door, instead of coming back and immediately reporting it, they could wait until after they finish their job and then report it in order to make the $500. That's the only problem that I see in this. I believe that we should have rewards, but rewards could be more for, I don't know, and we shouldn't give the opportunity that I don't mean that all the employees are going to do the same, but it opens the door for some people that are working and they watch even illegal dumping taking place, don't say anything, and then after working hours are over, come and say, I'm reporting this, I want my $500. That is my only question, and if you can find a way that we can avoid that, I'm all for it.
So there needs to be photographic evidence of the illegal dumping. Photographic evidence comes with a timestamp. So if an employee is not reporting, they see it during working hours, and they don't report it until after hours, we'll know, because there'll be multiple sources of evidence, mainly the timestamp of the photograph, because you have to catch the person in the act of illegal dumping. Otherwise, how are you going to report it, right? You can't come at 5 o'clock and see an illegal dumping site and say someone did it, and then you come around and find the evidence that, oh, this happened during your shift. Now, there are, if you're a cheater, you're going to cheat. But you'll get caught. You may get away with it once, but you'll get caught. But the timestamp, and there are other avenues to support the evidence of catching a person illegal dumping. You go and get the video from the house with the Ring camera, which will show you the time that it has. I don't think that a regular person is going to put their job in jeopardy for $500. I think the benefits outweigh the concern, because illegal dumping in the city of Miami is out of control. And the bad actors are people that are coming into our community to dump because it's difficult to dump in Miami-Dade County. You can only do it once or twice a year. So hold on a second. So that is why. But there are systems in place, and we can certainly beef up the systems. But I am in favor of doing whatever we can to clean up our city.
I just need a point of clarification here. The way that I understood, it is not when you catch the person at the time that they are illegally dumping. The way that I understood it was that you will go by and you see, everybody knows what illegal dumping is. You see, construction material and all of that. You see some construction material or whatever it is that is illegal that should have been dumped, and then you report it. Now what you're saying is, if you see somebody in the act and you catch them on the act, is that clear in the ordinance?
You have to, in order to get the $500, a violation or a citation.
Because if that is the case, I approve it.
It's a violation or a citation. They have to receive a fine, a violation, a citation. So I will let the solid waste director, who is more versed on this, and his second to answer your questions, because I want it to be clear.
Yes.
Yes, Wade Sanders, Director of Solid Waste, City of Miami. The program itself, Commissioners, that individuals that get caught in the act, like you said, will report it through Crime Stoppers. The individual catch them in the act, and they're able to get the $500 reward through Crime Stoppers. The program that we're talking about deals with citations, that deals with individuals reporting through 311, which those individuals then would have to, do what the chairwoman is saying, take a picture, timestamp, report it in to us. We then give a citation, which is then classified as civil, and then we go through that act of taking care of it.
Yes, but I want to make clear, it is if you caught somebody in the act, not that you go by the street and you take a picture of illegal dumping that has been there probably from the night before and to all that. If you if you watch somebody in the act of illegal dumping, then you get a picture and you get $500.
It's two-pronged.
Yes.
You have to catch them in the act,
Yes.
and they have to get a citation
Citation.
or violation.
Right.
So two things have to happen
happen.
before you can get the
But it is in
reward.
the
Eligible
act.
for those.
It's in the act. Okay,
Right.
I'm fine with that.
Commissioner, can we do this in the way, make sure that there's nothing that we haven't seen here with our 10 eyes and maybe we're missing? Can we do it in a pilot program for 3 months, let's say, and then
Right.
bring it back? If everything worked fine, then we approve it permanently.
And also, Commissioner, what we did when the item came up is that we went back and looked at the criterias, and then we modified the criterias to make sure that if it's a staff person that is reporting, they have to sign an affidavit. The timestamp pictures, they got to sign an affidavit that is notarized and everything that comes through. So it goes back to what Chairwoman was saying. I don't see those individuals want to jeopardizing their job for $500 when they have to go through these different criteria in order to.
You might have people that might make more money in this than their regular job.
They can, they can play, but eventually, it'll catch up.
And this is a program that's available to our residents, and I promote it a lot for District 5 because we have a lot of illegal dumping. So I'm very versed with the program. It's not easy to catch these folks in the act, and you have to be safe as well because you have to get their tag so that the police can go after them, the vehicle, what kind of
Time.
it's a tricky thing trying to take a picture of a
Person that's doing something illegal.
person that's doing something illegal. Commissioner Pardo.
Chairwoman, I just wanted to say I'm fully supportive. It seems like you all have thought this out very well. I don't think we need a pilot, and I'd like to see us move forward.
I move it.
I just need to make an amendment, Madam Chair, that this has to do with the illegal dumping reward program, not the Crime Stoppers one. That it's the illegal dumping reward program, the one that leads to citations.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor as amended?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, where were we?
We are on RE10.
Motion?
I have a motion for discussion.
I'll second it.
I have a second. I need some clarification for
Me
this
too.
from the city attorney's office to explain this. RE10. Or the city manager, whoever has the.
Well, I believe it's first sponsored by Commissioner Gabella,
Yeah, I
and he
can
can
explain it if you want.
explain his
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
motivation.
So I think that in light of what has gone on here in the past with certain people, that we need to make clear to those that want to serve, those like ourselves, that if we come here to serve, we come here to serve honorably. And if you're caught doing illegal things, okay, out of your commissionership role, shall we say, we're not going to cover your legal expenses. And that's what this is about. It's about setting a precedence that if you come here, you're going to do the right thing and know that if you choose to go rogue, okay, or don't follow the guidelines and get yourself into trouble, okay, because you're doing corruption or other things you shouldn't be doing as a commissioner, we, the city of Miami, are not going to pay your legal bills. If later on it's discovered that, and you prevailed, then we will pay your legal bills because you prevailed, but not while this is going on. And I think this is important. So we establish the trust again of the citizens of our city, and that we're saying that we're not going to tolerate this kind of behavior in the city of Miami.
What cases are we talking about?
We're talking about anything related with Mr. Diaz de la Portilla and his legal bills.
But what cases does he have?
He's got 2 cases, I believe, if not more. But he's got the first case of the corruption charges, which is he's under indictment, I understand, right now. And he's got the second case of, what is the second case? He's got a second case.
So there's two matters. One has to do with Priegues v. De La Portilla.
Oh, right.
That arises out of an RFP that's on appeal right now. So that's one case. And the other case has to do with Acevedo, the City of Miami, and several other commissioners, which is still ongoing. A motion to dismiss has been pending for about a year, I believe. And then there's one other civil matter, which is an ethics complaint. So those are the three matters right now.
So here, let me say this. As a practitioner and as an elected official, two of those matters could happen to any one of us.
I just stated, by the way, let me be clear.
let me
I never said Acevedo. What I said was anything related. Acevedo, you mentioned. It was never my intention to put in the Acevedo case in there. Just so you know.
But that's what...
Just saying.
So, and here is my concern, because one, I'm not paying upfront legal fees for anyone that decides they want to sue me because I voted on the wrong side of their issue. I'm not going to support that at all. And that can happen to any one of us.
That's different from participating in corruption activities like it's alleged. And Mr.
Right,
Portilla, after all, has a track record, in my view. And not only Mr. Portilla, but anybody in the future that comes here and thinks that they're going to get away with it, and we're going to pay for it, because the argument has been made to me, oh, you know, I asked the city attorney, if she'll remember, a week or two back, I asked Ms. Mendez, okay, is there a precedent? How is it that we wind up, are we obligated to pay legal bills? In other words, if I get in trouble now for for corruption, they catch me doing corruption, are you obligated to pay for me?
No.
Hold on.
Then why do we do it?
We're not paying for that.
Hold on.
That's my point.
Hold
We're
on.
not paying for that.
Hold on. Let me say this.
Yep. I'm not saying what.
Right.
what
No.
you just
But
said-
what I'm
stated. Let me
trying.
be
But what
clear.
I'm trying to show you is that anyone.
No, I understand.
Anyone can come here and say, and they did this morning. A couple of people came up here and said the two of you were corrupt because you had some social media post. They can go and sue you for corruption. They can come and, you can be sued for any, a complaint is just that. It doesn't mean that it's true. It doesn't mean that, and I understand that previous commissioners and it's out there, but we are innocent until proven guilty. And I'm not making a stand on anybody. What I am saying to you is that this could happen to you as well. Not because you're corrupt. Not because you did anything that was corrupt, but because somebody had an axe to grind with you and they file a lawsuit against you in your official capacity as commissioner and they say you're corrupt. I'm not paying for that. Now, if a court of competent jurisdiction says that I was corrupt, I'll give you back the legal fees. But I'm not upfronting legal fees for anybody that can come up here and say you're corrupt. And I don't support that for you or any of my colleagues, because that is not fair. Because we give of ourselves for the community.
But it's two different apples.
Hold on a
comparing
second.
apples to oranges.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
I'm not. Because it looks a different way for one doesn't mean that you're going to lump us all up, because that's what you're doing. If we vote for this, we've set a precedent, and that is not fair to our body here and those that come after us, because this is not an easy job.
You know what? Let me just tell you something. I'm one of those guys that you know what my election was about, and let me tell you, I'm still fighting. In 2019, when I lost my election, and I knew there was cheating, and it was against Diaz de la Portilla, I was the runner-up, him and I. And you know what happened after that election? I went home. I continued to do my business. I never put a lawsuit on anybody. That's what happened. In 2023, fast forward, when I won the election, okay, I won the election, the people spoke. It was almost $2 million against our campaign. There was 200,000, not more than that. Okay, I think the people spoke. They also spoke for you on your behalf, and I think they sent a clear message that they didn't want any more of this that was going on. And my point is, okay, even today, I'm still being sued by Mr. Portilla and Mr. Cooney on behalf of Mr. Portilla, okay, because they're still trying to take me out as commissioner, even though I won an election. Before that, my house was taken out of the district, and it's not fair, but it's what happened to me, you know, and I'm just trying to set an example that if you come here and you want to be a commissioner and you want to represent the citizens of the city of Miami, we're not going to tolerate this kind of behavior, and we're not going to pay for your legal bills. That's what I'm trying to say here. I'm not trying to say that any time that you're not entitled to when you're doing something legally and ethically under your commissionership, you're covered. That's not what I'm saying.
You just made my point. You just made my point. They're suing you, and you won fair and square. You won, and they're still suing you. You just made my point, because anybody can come up and sue you for anything, and you did nothing wrong, and you're still being
and
sued.
And that's just the point. And I did nothing wrong, but on the other side of this, we're paying for defenses.
But we're not paying him. We're not paying him to sue you. We're not paying. I know the city is not paying counsel to sue you. Correct?
Nor for any legal defense.
The city of Miami paid Gray Robinson as minimum as $50,000, as far as I know, outside counsel to sue me. Is that not true, or is it true? That's what you said to me. I asked you.
Do not point at me.
Yeah.
Okay. So and you and I will continue to, unfortunately,
Victoria, I got to point to you because you're sitting there. So I'm going to continue to point at you because I'm asking you the question.
You don't get to disrespect me.
No, I'm not disrespecting you. I'm asking you the question.
You are disrespecting.
If there's anybody that's disrespected, it's you that you interfered in an election. You interfered in an election in 2023. And by the way, you should be disbarred, in my opinion, because you interfered in an election.
Commissioner Pardo.
So don't tell me.
Commissioner Pardo.
Don't tell me not to point. You've done plenty of pointing.
Commissioner Cabela.
I agree with you in terms of there can be any frivolous lawsuit, and we need to be protected from those. But I also agree with the many residents that call our office and the many people that have spoken to us. The case of Alex Diaz-La Portilla is exceptionally egregious. It rubs our taxpayers and residents entirely the wrong way. And what they are asking us to do is to make sure that we are not paying his legal fees to the best extent possible, and that is protecting our city. It's also protecting our taxpayers and protecting our residents. So hopefully there's a way for us to carve out an exceptional case like this one and stop paying legal fees while still protecting us.
We are not paying for his criminal. Does everybody understand that we are not paying for his criminal defense?
Right.
And the case that we are handling, which is the Priegas v. Diaz Portilla case, that is a civil case that does not have anything to do with this criminal case. I need that to be very clear on the record because I feel like everybody's confused. The only thing that we are paying for Mr. Diaz-La Portilla are those things which arose out of the fact that he was a commissioner and dealings that he had while he was a commissioner. There is no criminal aspect.
But what they are saying, what people are saying, the public is saying, this is not just a regular commissioner in a commissioner position. This is an egregious case of a commissioner that has committed wrongdoing, and they want to see the city not support his civil matters. That's really the point. That's the
Madam Chair, if I may.
Commissioner Reyes.
Yes. Let me clarify something here. I don't agree on paying a single penny to anybody that commits a crime. That while they are either an elected official or they are an employee of the city of Miami. But having said that, there's a statute 111 in the Florida, which is law, that requires that we, and it says, explicitly says, in order to avoid that an elected official or any official of any government is, become afraid, or it is held back of making a decision that could be controversial and could be, could be sued, the institution should pay for the legal fees for that. What we are doing, if we are taking that away, you see, we are going to have cases that even our officials, our employees, they will be afraid of making decisions. And we have, right there, I'm looking, come here. You see, he was sued because of one of his decisions that he made. He was sued by somebody, okay, and we have to pay for it because it was committed. Unfortunately, even if you like it or not, I am not a friend of it. I don't want, to see that I'm not defending anybody. I'm defending the principle of, regardless who that person is, the principle of having legal representation when you are being sued because an act that you took while you were in office or you were hired by the city.
And all I'm saying is that if you are right and you prevail in the lawsuit, in the court, then we go ahead and we pay the bills. Not a problem. You were right. You won. But
well, that's not the way it is, Mr. Gabriel.
I'm not saying. I'm saying if he prevails,
we can be arguing this all along. No, I am not going to set a precedent.
Okay, fine. I'm not going to try to change your mind. You're not going to change my mind either. So, but
Mr. Vice Chair,
no problem.
Mr. Vice Chair,
let's call the question.
Can we defer?
Let's take a vote.
Hold on.
Just
No.
make a quick statement. We get up here every time we have a meeting and we say with liberty and justice for all when we say the pledge. However, when you're sued, is with liberty and justice for all if you have money. Otherwise, chances are, they're going to have your clock in court. Even if you go and try to represent yourself, they'll have it even quicker. So what I'm not going to do, and this has got nothing to do with Diaz Reportilla, because I would reserve my comments in this, but this goes to any one of us, to all the rest of our employees in the city that need to know that they're going to be backed up and protected like they should be. And for the future, employees and members of this board of the city of Miami. People, if they're sued, when they're in a position here in the city, you have to be represented by the city of Miami, unless it is a criminal indictment. Yes. And the city is not representing, and I don't want anybody to be confused, the city is absolutely not representing Diaz Reportilla in any of his legal criminal indictments. That's between him and the courts. He has to pay his legal fee or find a way to. Now, having said that, the criminal area that you talked about, it's only an allegation in a lawsuit. Only an allegation. Whether true or not true, no one has indicted Mr. Diaz Reportilla and those allegations. And frankly, the allegations allegedly were brought by a lobbyist that claimed that because of Mr. Diaz Reportilla, he was going to lose a lot of money lobbying. Well, I see that he's signing up with a lot of people these days. So I don't think he's losing any money whatsoever since the last elections, anyway. So it's almost like we're going to take sides in something that the city has no business in taking sides. We have a business. If he was sued for something civilly, which is what it was, to provide attorneys for that. And I don't want to make it a precedent whatsoever into the future, because maybe right now you guys don't think that it's going to bother you at all. You don't know what tomorrow is going to bring, or the next day, or the next day. This is the way things are here. And Miguel, look, I fully understand how you feel. I've been on both sides. I even remember. I remember so clearly when supposedly I had lost a mayoral election, and I was coming back to City Hall, and my sergeant of arms, that were Israeli at the time, told me that there was a group of about 40 people celebrating and having a grand old party in front of City Hall. These were the days that we didn't have a couple of weeks to finish everything and leave. If you lost an election, you had to leave the very next day, overnight. I came and they wanted to bring me through the back, and I said, no, we're going through the front. I don't want anybody getting involved in anything, whatever happens. Do not get involved. I'm going to go through the same door I walked here with my head up and leave the same way as I came in with my head up. So I went up to the crowd and I asked them, which of you here want to throw the first stone? Everybody quieted down real quick. And then I was told that everything was being videotaped, so that a lobbyist that was in federal prison for bribing the city manager that had also been arrested, along with a commissioner, along with the finance director, just before I got elected as mayor in the first term. They had to send him the video so that he could get his jollies in jail. And history showed that I came back. So I've been and felt everything and more that you feel. And I could understand your feelings. And I mean that. I could understand them. I've lived through it all. But what I'm just saying is that, and I think you will more than understand that later on, as time goes by and you're here longer, this is not the way to go in this. This is the wrong way of going about this. Eventually, what's going to happen to Mr. Diaz-Portillo, Miguel, neither you nor I, are going to have anything to do with it. Whatever he's done or he hasn't done, God is going to take care of it, and the courts will. So that's all that I'm saying, and that's why I can't go along with this. Because there are some out there that precisely, they're looking at this, then they could come to the next and the next, so that they can end up running this city and doing with it whatever they want, or taking from us tens and tens of millions of dollars.
I feel
But look,
I feel
I'll-
the same way. I feel the same way. I believe that because of the treatment that you have received, and I have supported you in your efforts to have your house placed back in the district, and I understand that. But on this, because we, the city is not incurring or paying any of his legal fees for any criminal charges that have been brought against him. But if we vote for this, in favor of this, then we have to look at my colleagues on this side who are lumped into a lawsuit with him from the former police chief, because they're being sued in their capacity. We have to look at the employees that are being sued in their capacity as employees. And I am not willing to do that.
Okay, so it's clear to me.
One quick thing. I view this a little differently. I view it as an employee benefit to protect when it comes to civil matters. And I think when you have passed a certain threshold, what has happened here with Commissioner Diaz-La Portilla, there should be a way to stop employee benefits. And if it takes looking through the cases, and if there are cases where he's with the police chief, segregate them out. We don't count those. But when they're personal cases that involve him civilly, we should stop benefits. And that's kind of the way I'm looking at it.
And listen, one more thing. Forget about Mr. De La Portilla. This is not only geared toward Mr. De La Portilla. This is geared for the future to set, to say out there, if you're going to come serve, okay, have good intentions in mind. Okay, this is not only to do something against De La Portilla. This is not geared to Mr. De La Portilla only. It just so happens that he's the one that has a track record of doing this kind of stuff, and there was an election. Okay, I ran on an anti-corruption platform, and they called my office, and number one, people could not believe that Mr. De La Portilla was running as a candidate when he had been arrested. That's number one. I had a hard time explaining to people, he has the right to run. That's why he's running.
That's the law.
And he ran. And then after he ran, then he doesn't concede the win. He's got me in court. This gentleman right here represents Mr. Cooney. With all due respect, he's still trying to take me out. Mr. Cooney, on Mr. Portilla's behalf, is trying to take me out as a sitting commissioner right now, as we speak. Okay? Right now as we speak. I bet none of you guys have had gone through that. I'm going through that. Okay? But that's not the point. The point is to send a message to our residents hey, we're legit and we want to do the right thing for City of Miami and we're not going to tolerate this kind of behavior. That's all. This is not to discriminate only against Mr. Portilla.
Miguel,
Madam Chair.
I went through it. You said when you asked that no one has gone through it, I went through it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gregory.
I went through it. The minute you got sworn December 2nd.
Yeah.
I got sworn December 2nd, 17. The minute I got sworn in, the attorney that's representing you,
yes, Mr. Planas,
was the one that came after me, supposedly representing Alfie Leon, and poor Alfie, was pushed right into this because he was the only one that could sue, and he was pushed by certain people to go along with that. And that same attorney that lost that case by a mile then got involved in a recall against me. And in that recall, while the statutes of Florida clearly state that no one is to be paid any money to collect signatures for a recall, they were paid to collect signatures. Because when that attorney came in, he said, don't worry, go ahead. And furthermore, there was tens of thousands of dollars that I could prove right now, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that were spent illegally, didn't go through any PAC, even though they claim it had gone through a PAC, it never had. In other words, the same crimes that Diaz-La Portilla got charged with, money laundering, were committed in the illegal recall against me. And you know what? The statute of limitations hasn't expired some of those crimes yet. I've had enough. And I'm going to go forward in whatever I have to do to deal with that, because those people that did that are still out there. But I'm not going to hold that against you, because you have this man as your attorney, because there are my others that might be involved with you that were part of that. That's not you. And we have to learn to separate.
I understand that. So you're thinking of suing those guys because of what happened to you? So does that mean, should I sue the city for interfering in an election in 2019? For 3 times this city went to bat against me, okay? The original one, judge's charges said you guys moved the line on him. He never moved from his house. That was a dirty trick by Portilla. All of you guys know this. The whole world knows what happened to me with my house. Okay, and then to get my house back, a benefit that I already had, because nobody's giving anything to me. I already had that because this city of Miami, led by Miss Victoria Mendez, okay, although she doesn't want me to point to her, but I got to point to her because she is the city attorney, okay, and she was responsible for putting those lawsuits, okay, and even today, I'm still facing 2 lawsuits to try to get me out of office. After I won the election fair and square, after they took my house out of the district, after I had to move and live in my other property in the district, okay, and they're still at it. Should I file a lawsuit against the city of Miami and Ms. Victoria Mendez because what I've been put through? No, I'm not saying that. I'm not doing that. It was never my intention when we went to Judge Achete to file a lawsuit or seeking money. We were just seeking justice, which we found, okay? And now what I'm trying to send a message out there because my constituents tell me, not because I'm inventing this, not because I'm picking per se on Mr. Portilla. Okay, but what I'm saying is we have to set some kind of example. And the example is if you're going to get in trouble, and I'm saying under illegal activities, I'm not saying that somebody, throws a frivolous lawsuit at you and we don't have the right to be defended. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you play by the other rules, the dark rules, then we're not going to cover you. That's all I'm saying. But I respect what Commissioner Reyes has to say. I respect what Commissioner Carrillo has to say. And I respect if you guys don't want to vote for it, that's fine with me. I respect your vote.
Madam Chair, just to make make this clear, I also ran on the promise that I was going to work for the people of Miami, that I'm going to work for the quality of life of the people of Miami, and I'm not going to be totally opposed to any illegalities, any corruption, and all that. You are not the only one that ran with that platform. I did too. And I have kept it. I have kept my word. But it is not only if you do something. Sometimes you do, the minimum thing and you are sued. And I have here Larry Spring, which is an example of what happened to him because of one of his decisions. And what I don't want is that Larry Springs to be afraid to make a decision, because if they are sued and somebody has it against them, then we are not going to pay them. Article 111 says that we should. You see? That's the only thing that I'm saying. Whatever he did wrong, he's going to pay for it. You see?
Forget about him. It's for the future.
The future. No, the future is now.
Guys, I think we've discussed.
We're going
this.
in circles.
I just have one question. It should be quick. My only question is, if by segregating this case with Alex Isla Portilla out and stopping payments on the civil cases, we thereby, if this is binary, we automatically jeopardize all of our position when it comes to any lawsuit. There's no way to carve out this one situation.
Unfortunately, and I understand what you're trying to do, but in these particular matters, he was acting as a commissioner, he was sitting as a commissioner, he was doing his job, and he's being accused civilly.
Yeah, he's doing his job extorting other people to get his vote. That's the job he was doing, allegedly. Allegedly is what the report reads.
Commissioner.
Yes, ma'am.
So he is doing his job, and then he is being accused of doing something inappropriate while doing his job. You carving out this particular case, I understand.
As an employee benefit.
Right, but you carving it out, any lawsuit that comes before us, everybody is accused of doing something inappropriate.
Forever and ever.
Well, you're setting a precedent. And then how do you pick and choose which ones you're going to approve and not approve?
By the commission making that determination, like we would be right now.
Well, Madam City Attorney, let me drill it down just a little bit more. Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla is being sued for an action that he took as commissioner. What if the litigant comes back and amends his complaint and sues every commissioner that voted in favor of what he's being sued for? That would include, I don't remember what the vote was, but it has to include 2 more of us. He can do that. In the same litigation, he can come and sue any one of us for that action. He just chose to he chose to sue one, but he should have, if he has a complaint, he should have added all of us who voted in favor. And I can tell you that I didn't do anything wrong with my vote. My vote was not wrong. My vote was my vote.
Who's talking about your vote? I'm not talking about your vote.
But what I'm trying to say to you
Yes,
is, if he can sue him for that action, he can sue everyone that voted in favor, or everyone that voted
anybody
with him.
can sue for anything. I mean,
My
we know
point,
that.
but my point is, take this specific case. He wasn't the only one that voted in favor or against of whatever it is, because I don't recall the particulars. So he could sue anyone who voted with him for the matter or against the matter. And then, based on what you're saying, whoever we are, should not be covered because it had something to do with him. I'm just saying it's not personal. I'm not making this choice
No.
because of its personal. He happens to be persona non grata today, but he is the variable. He could be any one of us at any time, and it could be a firestorm on any one of us at any given time. So we had a motion and a second for discussion. Now I would need a motion and a second in favor of RE10. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay. Motion fails.
Okay.
RE11. This should be fun because it has 2 co-sponsors, myself and Commissioner Pardo, and this is very near and dear to us, the Bay issue. I have one question, though. When everyone was coming up to speak, they were saying remove the receptacles from the island. And I wonder what will happen to the trash if we don't have the receptacles, because it's not going to stop people from coming to the island. So I don't think that's a good fix to take the trash cans away, because at least there's some place to put the trash, because they're going to come, they're going to visit the island. And I would at least like to have the trash can there versus just the island get strewn with garbage.
Supposed to take effect?
Oh, it's 3 sponsors.
Where is this supposed to take effect in?
Upon passing.
Upon passing, but where?
Where? It would be at all the waterfront parks. The intent is a leave no trace policy. Chris Evans, Parks and Recreation Director. The intent is to follow the national standards on some of the national parks, the way they don't have trash cans out of them. We're really just targeting the islands, and we have the ability, if it doesn't work and if the trash continues to be there, we'll put the trash cans back. But
Okay, so
yes,
it'll be
sir.
on the islands only.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I will tell you right now, in many of the parks in my district, parks in downtown, if you don't have trash receptacles, you're going to have a mess.
That was never on the table to remove them on our inland parks. It essentially, a lot of the neighborhood, the advocates and environmentalists, the impact of the trash that's left there on the animals. The national standard of some of the islands, some of our neighboring counties have this leave no trace policy as well on their islands that are abutting the bay. Essentially, it's a cultural, try to improve the culture, the boating culture. If they see a trash can there, even if it's full, they'll still throw their bottles, their bags, because they know, somebody from the Parks Department will pick it up. So we've been urged and lobbied to try out the leave no trace policy on the islands specifically.
So what happens? Who's going to pick up the trash? Because they're going to come and they're going to dump. What is our response to that?
We still have a contractor that'll take care of going to the islands at least once a week. We are going to partner with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection to have each of the islands adopted by the neighboring community groups. We've got a nice outpouring of volunteers who offered to go on the islands occasionally to come pick up anything that's left behind. But I think the intent is to improve boating culture, improve the culture that everybody knows that they bring it in, they leave it in, they pack it out.
Are we going to have a PSA, an ad campaign?
Yes. Yes, we're gonna combine this with the Keep Miami Beautiful ad campaign. We're gonna work with communications, Office of Resiliency, grants, Florida Inland Navigation District. There's a coalition of organizations that have wanted to take part in this. So our goal, I guess, for this is to pass, and then I know Bonanza's coming up in April to start that campaign at that time.
Madam Chair, only one question.
Commissioner
I'm
Pardo.
sorry, Pardo.
No problem. I believe this morning in the general comments, someone from the CRC, the Climate Resiliency Committee, made the offer to kind of spearhead this work, especially with policy. And will you be working closely with that gentleman or with the committee to make sure that we're taking full advantage of their offer?
Absolutely. We work together with the Office of Resilience and Sustainability. I know that they're spearheading a lot of these meetings, and we're going to work with them. And real estate, I know that it came up well about the boat ramps and the marinas, how we're managing trash. So it's actually in the policy. There will be regular meetings, and of course we'll invite all of your offices to take part as well.
And can you come back to us in maybe 2 months and give us a report to see how that's going? And I think Commissioner Reyes wanted to add.
Yes, I have only one question. Who is picking up the garbage at the islands? Because I took we went around them, and I know that everybody that has taken that tour have witnessed how filthy, how dirty they are, and the trash cans overflowing. You see? Who is going to pick it up? Do you have a company that is going to come and regularly, in a regular basis, not one every 2 weeks or something?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The Miami-Dade County is responsible for the trash for the islands north of the port, and we have a contractor on retainer for the one south. We'll also be putting in our budget request for additional contractual services to assist. We don't have access to the Bay now, Parks Department.
Good. That was my only question. Okay, let's vote.
All right. Call the question.
All in favor?
Chair, is there a motion?
What?
A motion?
May I have a motion?
Make the motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. We lost our Bay advocates, but RE12 is a resolution to authorize the city manager to put back TIF money, clawback money into the South.
Clawback. Into District 4, right?
No, not into District 4.
I didn't understand.
Okay, let me explain. As the chairwoman of the Southeast Overtown Park West, CRA, I say that all the time because I'm so proud that I can get those alphabets out in the correct order. For those who do not know, I am dyslexic, and it took me 2 years to be able to say that. Wow. So, for our teachers, thank you. What is happening is that there is a clawback for projects that are in the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA, and it is hurting the efforts of getting affordable housing into Overtown. And I'll have our CFO further explain the item so that my colleagues who may have questions or concerns, they can make sure we have all of the information. Mr. CFO.
Afternoon, Larry Spring, Chief Financial Officer. Commission, in 2007, as part of our negotiations in the extension of both the Overtown and the Omni and the creation of the Midtown CRAs, we entered into a interlocal agreement with Miami-Dade County called the Global Agreement. In that Global Agreement, there was a provision that identified about 10 projects that were on our major use special permit pipeline list that we had agreed at the time 45% of the TIF generated from those projects, if ever built, would come back to the county and the city based on their proration of taxation. And so that's been ongoing. When the City Commission considered the 2022 amendment to the Southeast Overtown Park West interlocal, both the city and the CRA approved basically the rescission of that provision and then transmitted it to the county. The county, being the presiding agency for the CRAs in Miami-Dade County, in their consideration, removed the provision. And I guess at the time, because I was not here, CRA just accepted it under the guise of just moving on. What is being requested here is that the city portion of that clawback be given back to the CRA for the purpose of affordable housing.
Given back to the district from where the funds were generated.
Commencing next fiscal year.
All right, motion.
Second.
Hold on a second.
Hold on. We have a motion and a second. And Commissioner Reyes would like to make a comment. Has some comments.
Yes, I have some comments, and it is the district, which is a CRA, but if the CRA didn't exist, it will go to a general fund. I mean, that's fine. And I am, once again, I'm reminding you that I was the economist for the Overtown Park West Redevelopment Project CRA, and I really love it. It's one of my babies. But I would like to do that, something that I want to request from you, if you accept that it could be included in this ordinance, resolution. It is that those funds that they are going to be earmarked for affordable housing, that they are for real affordable housing. And real affordable housing, according to the AMI of all that area, it is not the AMI of the county, which is $74,000. And you can charge that's what most of the people that come here and said, we are proffering 10 apartments at 120 and 100. The 120 you can charge by law for a studio. For a studio, you can charge over $2,000. You see, I don't know, they call it studio. In my neck of the wood, we call it efficiency. Okay? And that is for only one person. Another person moves in and they are going to be charged more. So what I want, a humble request, my dear chairwoman, is that this will be assigned to 60 and under % of AMI to make it real affordable by the residents of Overtown.
I don't have an issue with that.
Well, that is my only request. I agree. We are in dire need in that area and in every area. We are in dire need of affordable, but real affordable, not what most of the developers are telling us that it is affordable, and it is not affordable. You see, it is not affordable. It costs $2,000 a month.
I know.
You see, it is not for an efficiency. I mean, it is not you are not proffering anything. You see, we've been played. We've been played. Okay.
No, I know. Vice Chair.
Larry?
Yes, sir.
How you feeling today?
Very well, actually.
I don't think I'll ask you anything.
He doesn't look good.
Want to keep you feeling well.
Okay, I will.
Okay.
I don't take this stuff personal.
6, right?
6 million.
Okay. All right. Let's move on.
have a motion and a second.
Motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
As amended.
That's a minute. 60% on them.
Mr. City Attorney, Madam City Attorney, so are we going to amend it with the request about the,
60%.
or is this just as is and then you come back with something else?
No,
No.
it's as amended.
As amended.
Okay, just want to make sure.
That's,
What happened? You losing your touch, man.
No, just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
RE
good
13.
safeguard.
RE13.
RE 13.
Yes, that's in my district, I'd like to move it.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
This is,
This is the apartment building in.
The apartment building in Alapaz.
Yes,
and
my dear friend, Gabriela, I cannot go along with this. I am going to vote against it because they are offering apartments that they are 120% AMI, and we had a resolution, if it is in effect, that you cannot go once you receive, if you receive any benefits from the city, be it money or be it whatever it is,
Right.
you cannot go over 100%. I mean, just get a vote. I'm voting against. That's
No,
it.
I hear you. But listen, it's in my district. Something is better than nothing. I understand it's not everything that you want, but let me tell you what it is. It's 70 studios, 1 bathroom units, 130. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom units, 30. 2 bedrooms, 2 bathroom units. In other words, it's not. It's the whole spectrum.
Sir, let me interrupt you there and then say, when you say it is in my district, we don't have that kind of fiefdom here. You see, it could be if there is something in my district, I mean in District 4, that I don't agree and I don't believe that it's going to help the population, the whole population, you're welcome to interfere.
No,
you
I
see,
don't
we are, hold on a second. Our title is Commissioner of the City of Miami. And listen, you want to do it, you do it, but I am not going to vote for it.
I respect you. But yes, I want to do it. It's my area. I think it's important,
Commissioner
Madam Chair.
Cabela, I think our CFO needs to put something on the record.
Just for clarification, to address your concern, the subsidy is targeted to 170 units within the total project. All 170 of those units are below 100% AMI. There's 92 at up to 60% AMI, and then the remaining 78 up to 100. So I just want to put that on the record.
You cannot divide that, and if that is the case, we are paying about $150,000 per unit per studio. You see, that's what I.
Thank you, Larry, for helping me. Thank you, man.
I just want the record.
Larry,
Commissioner Pardo?
were you trying to help them or
Just putting the facts on the record, sir. The facts.
I just want to make the point that, and we've run into this difference on 100% AMI or 120, 140. We're challenged, especially in the urban core and other areas, because we have a lot of workforce housing supply needed, like desperately. We're hearing that from the police, from fire, from teachers, from the state attorney's office, from the public defender's office, right? So we can't just hold on to 60 and 80 and 40. We have other needs that we're not addressing. And when we don't allow this inventory, we're actually making people leave the city when they can't qualify. They get a promotion and their next W-2 kicks them out.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Let me tell you something. The problem is that we call it workforce. Workforce, and everybody, every time that I hear, no, this is for a teacher married to a police officer. You see? Let me tell you, teachers, the other day I was talking, I was a teacher. Most of the teachers, they don't make over $60,000. And we're talking about, when they say most of the apartments that they are, or the units that they are offered, they are studios. They are not, for a couple, this is for a single person. How about a single mother? How about that? We are talking about, you see, 120 AMI, it will be, they can charge close to $25,000 a year. You see, it's over, and that is for a studio. You see, and according to the table, if you analyze the table, as the more people come in, if it is, I mean, that's for one. I mean, one bedroom, it will go up. It will be higher, and 2 bedrooms, it will be higher. In my opinion, I'm an economist, and I have discussed this even with the director of HUD. You see, it is a misnomer when we call it a workforce. How about the workforce in Alapata? How about the workforce in Liberty City? How about, we are talking about people that are making $80-something if you go, close to $90,000 if you go to 120, you see? They can charge, according to HUD, they can charge only, in order for to be, for people that are renting not to be rent stressed, only 30%. It doesn't mean that they cannot rent it, but it means that they have to pay more than they should be paying according to HUD. You see,
yeah.
And that is, when you are rent, you have to pay more rent than the 30%. That only doesn't affect you; it affects the economy also, because you have less money to consume. You see, that is my point, and that's what I brought it like that. You see, if you $22,700, it is not affordable. It is market rate. Particularly in a place like Alapata or Pequeña Habana, those are more than market rate. If you want to do that and charge whatever you want to charge that amount, do it on your time. You see, and that's my only problem.
Yeah.
Let's vote on this and let's not argue
No.
anymore.
I just wanted to add there that, I was a lender, and these units, the diversity aspect is important. In no way am I arguing against 40% AMI. We do. We need affordable housing. We need 60. We need 80. All I'm saying here is we need, I believe, to broaden that horizon, because there are other people who aren't rich or who aren't necessarily constrained economically with affordable housing, and they need the ability to still stay in Miami and go to the next.
Why don't they offer 1 bedroom or 2 bedrooms apartment at 80% or 90% AMI? That is more in line with our workers. People talk about the police officer and the teacher, but how about a dishwasher? How about a waiter? How about even in our city, there are a bunch of people that are not even making $40,000 a year. You see? And that's what I'm saying. If we are offering benefits, $15 million to assist, $20 million to assist in building, well, we should be a little more demanding. Because you know what a studio is. It's an efficiency. It's an efficiency, and then you go in Flagami, and probably you can rent an efficiency. They're asking $1,800 for an efficiency now. Before it was $900, but now $1,800. And that is with, over $2,000 for an efficiency or something like that. It is above market rate, and that is my point.
Your point is well taken. It's just those values are different in Flagami than in the urban core, making those numbers work. And that's the challenge that we've been trying to face.
It is like it is. If you are making $40,000 and the apartment it should be, for workforce, you're making 40, in between the couple, they're making $75,000, $80,000, you see? And then you are charging more than you are charging close to 90, let's say 120 and 140. You are charging close to $100,000 if it is 140, or 120 is 80 something, close to $90,000. You see, you are stressing those people. It doesn't matter what it is. The need, it doesn't matter if it is in Brickell, it doesn't matter if it is whatever. If we are helping them, if we are assisting, if we are giving benefits. It's my philosophy that we should get, you see, in return, apartments that they are real affordable for our workforce. Our workforce, it doesn't matter if they're living in La Plata or they're living in Little Havana. If they're not making that money, they cannot pay that without being rent stress. They can, and if you are married and you have a kid, you need at least one bedroom. You see, and that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. I mean, well, it is. That is my opinion. Call the question, and that's it. That's it.
Well, before we call the question, here's what I'm going to say. In a perfect world, it would be what you want. The problem is that you're negotiating, and some of these guys, they also, they got to make money also. So I understand what you're saying, that we're helping them and we should get the best benefit. Wait a minute.
I heard you. Mr. Gavela, I know that nobody goes and start building just for the heck, out of charity. They have to make money. But what I'm saying is, the difference is, of charging market rate versus affordable. Okay. See, but that's the only difference that I'm saying. Okay. That's the only difference.
I think our vice chair would like to make a comment.
Look, I fully understand, Commissioner Reyes, what you're saying. On this one, so you can see how I am, Commissioner Gavella.
You want to get on his good side?
No, I don't need to get anybody's good side.
No, I think you should vote your conscience.
I don't think I need to get anybody's good side, because
don't get offended.
At the end of the day, the only good side that will be on would be when I'm in Shangri-La.
I've been hearing about Shangri-La for the past 7 years, man. And you haven't told me where it's Shangri-La.
And I'm not, so that you guys all won't have to go and mess it up. I don't want to create Shangri-La into what you got here. But, look, I heard what you said, that you at least want to give something to your constituency there.
Something better than nothing.
You have a very poor and needed area.
This is correct.
I know at least some of the people involved in this, and they are good builders. They also like to make their profit, and everyone does.
Who doesn't?
Yeah, everyone does. But
that's business.
I think that at the end of the day, you got something that could move forward now, and I don't want to happen to you what's happened to me in some projects. So I will go along with it and give you a third vote. You might have a fourth, you might not.
Thank you.
But I'll give you a third vote to go forward with this.
So call the question, Madam Chair.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
That's right.
At this time, Madam City Attorney, would you please read into the record the titles of the first reading items that are in play, FR 2, 3, 5, and 7.
4, 2, 3.
I'm sorry, what is that?
The FR items, the first reading items that are in play are FR 2,
FR 2,
3,
2,
5,
3,
and 7.
5, and 7.
Mm-hmm. Could you read the titles, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. FR 2,
Okay, 2.
an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 50, Article 7 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Ships, Vessels, and Waterway Derelict Vessels, to update the notice requirements and procedures for the removal or relocation of derelict vessels, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. Then FR 3, Madam Chair, was that?
Yes.
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 16, Article 2 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Elections Electronic Reporting, more particularly by amending Section 16-20 of the City Code, titled Electronic Reporting Penalties, to provide that candidates who gift or loan themselves an aggregate of funds in excess of $1,000 in any municipal election be required to file an aged funds report under penalty of perjury, providing exception, containing a severability clause, and providing for an immediate effective date. I need to amend the title to say "an," not "and." A-N versus
I'd like to
A-N.
pull that one out.
She hasn't finished
Okay.
reading. But then when she finishes reading the titles, I'll ask you guys what you want to pull.
And then, Madam Chair, did you say FR5 is the next one?
Yes, it is.
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 23, Article 1, Section 23-6 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Transfer of Development Rights and Density for Historic Resources to allow height increase for projects providing a public benefit by a public agency to the Miami Modern Mimo Biscayne Boulevard Historic District community, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. And FR7?
Yes.
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 10, Article 4 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Buildings, Registration of Vacant, Blighted, Unsecured, or Abandoned Structures, and of Defaulted Mortgage Properties, providing for an amended registry fee for certain structures that are vacant, blighted, unsecured, or abandoned and are 3 stories or higher, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to ask my colleagues if any of these first reading items you would like to pull for discussion. Mr. Vice Chair.
None.
I think Pardo wants to pull.
Yeah, FR3.
Do you have any, Commissioner Gabella?
No, I don't have any.
Okay, so Commissioner Reyes, do you want to pull anything?
No, I just want to vote on it.
Okay.
I move it.
We're doing through 7, right? 2, 3,
Yeah,
5,
2,
and 7,
3.
right?
Well, not 3 because
No,
Commissioner.
yes, right. We're gonna
So
discuss
2,
5 and
5,
7.
and 7.
Okay.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. FR3, Commissioner Pardo, you would like to?
We
I
can leave
would.
that for the next meeting if you like.
No, I'd
Well,
rather just get this out. With FR3, I originally didn't understand it because I thought it was very narrow and I really couldn't understand like how this would apply given PACs and everything else and personal loans. And then several reports were brought to me. I especially didn't understand it because we were discussing campaign finance reform globally. So I figured, well, why aren't we talking about this and that whole, ecosystem of campaign finance reform? And then I received various things that I want to put into the record. And these are interviews that Commissioner Corroyo did on television. And I have a quick video, a short little video clip, if you could just put that, with certain assertions that I think we really need to deal with as a body.
¿Qué es lo que yo creo que pasó? Especulación mía.
¿Qué
usted cree que pasó? Que le dijeron el dinero viene, no te preocupes,
Pero
se
tiene
va a
que
levantar.
salir.
Y entonces, señor, se estuvo gastando ese dinero 4 semanas de antes, 3 semanas, 2 semanas, 1 semana, y cuando lo puso de su bolsillo, porque vino del cielo, es que paguen a todo el mundo lo que le debían. Pero esto se resuelve muy fácil. El Señor dice que Él ha venido, igual que Gabela, a comerse en vivo la corrupción, a ser transparente.
Sí.
Pero no nos enseña de dónde...
Pero ¿de dónde vino tu dinero?
Sí.
Empieza por la transparencia.
Es más, te voy a dar algo que la prensa amarillista de Miami no dio a conocer. Yo presenté una moción que fue aprobada 3-2 en la última reunión. Los 2 que votaron en contra están correctos, Gabela y Pardo. Y la moción era simple, una resolución, que se va a hacer la ley ahora, en el futuro, porque tú no puedes ir para atrás, que si un candidato dice que ha puesto dinero de su bolsillo a la campaña, tiene que enseñar que lo tenía
En la cuenta.
en la cuenta o de dónde sacó
¿De
el
dónde
préstamo.
viene? Claro. Pero
Caramba.
esa ley no existe.
No, esa ley no existe. Entonces, ¿cómo es que campeones, como dice el tabloide de Miami Herald, campeones de transparencia y anticorrupción,
Ajá.
voten,
muestran su historial.
voten en contra de una ley? Bueno, porque este es el tonto útil que necesitan ahora con el otro que está sentado al lado de él, para ver cómo hacen el daño en destruir la ciudad de Miami. ¿Por qué están haciendo todo esto?
No, porque quieren
Las
tu
amenazas.
cabeza, Carollo.
Quieren mi cabeza, pero más que eso, mira, no es mi cabeza solo. La cabeza principal que quieren es la cabeza de todos ustedes, los residentes de Miami, de los empleados de la ciudad de Miami, que quieren saquearle millones y millones de dólares. Ellos, en las demandas que tienen, si las sumas todas, le están pidiendo a la ciudad más de 125 millones de dólares, ¿o sabe Dios cuánto más? Entonces, con estos dos perritos de ellos que han puesto ahora en la comisión, piensan que van a arreglar todo, votar la abogada, poner un abogado nuevo de ellos que diga, hay que llegar a un acuerdo con ellos, y que entonces se le apruebe millones, nada más que se acabe el juicio, cuando tienen el grupito de los 15, de los muchachones de la calle 8, ¿quién es uno del grupo de los 15 que está pidiendo mi renuncia? El señor Pardo dice que él puso, se recuerden a Arriola, $100,000. El señor Pardo dice que él puso 165,300 y pico dólares de su bolsillo a la campaña, ya que él nada más que pudo levantar 90,000. El señor Pardo era una persona rica.
¿De dónde sacó el dinero?
Bueno,
¿Quién se lo dio?
Eso es la pregunta. Pero si estos señores vienen, como estoy viendo ya, para acabar la ciudad de Miami, para darle millones y millones de dólares a estos descarados de barras, para destruir la ciudad de Miami, esto no va a pasar. Y yo no me voy a quedar callado, yo no voy a bajar mi cabeza como ellos hacen y ser un perrito el tercer perrito que me lo voy a poner aquí a ninguno de estos señores.
Comisionado Joe Carollo, le agradezco muchísimo su tiempo. No me gusta utilizar ofensas hacia otras personas que no están acá y en el programa, ni que mis invitados usen también calificativos ofensivos, pero le agradezco mucho su tiempo, que se haya tomado el tiempo de venir hasta acá.
Interesante que el que quiere limitar el tiempo es nada más nada menos que el señor Pardo. El señor que no quiere enseñar que él tenía 165,000 y pico de dólares que dice que él lo puso de su bolsillo en su campaña recién. Si yo lo puse de mi bolsillo y alguien me está preguntando de dónde vino, yo enseño los papeles que estaba ahí por meses y meses atrás. Señor Pardo está sordo, no quiere hacer nada, pero sin embargo cuando presenté una moción que se aprobó 3-2, Pardo y Gabela votando en contra, una moción hablando de lo que él dice que venían ahí a hacer, transparencia, anticorrupción, una moción que va a exigir que de aquí en adelante los que aspiran, los candidatos, tienen que enseñar, si ponen dinero de su bolsillo en la campaña, tienen que enseñar de dónde vino, tienen que enseñar las pruebas que estaban en su cuenta bancaria de hace tiempo, no que se lo pusieron 2 o 3 días antes o una semana antes. Si obtuvieron un préstamo, tienen que enseñar que vino de un préstamo.
So, These are absolutely false claims. I gave $165,000 to my campaign. I don't think it is becoming of a commissioner to question anyone without proof in the public. It's a little bit embarrassing to have a journalist kind of call out a sitting commissioner in that way. I believe calling other sitting commissioners lapdogs, or that they have been installed by people involved in his lawsuit, or by saying that we're here to destroy the city, or that we're here to destroy employees, is conduct becoming of a commissioner. And the worst part, in my mind, is that he is weaponizing government by introducing this FR1. This is only there, as he just used it in the media, as just one more way, a political narrative against an opponent that he may not agree with. And I think I guess we haven't learned from the $10 million that we're paying, but you can't weaponize government in that way. We signed an oath which states, to my colleagues and to all of those I represent and serve, I pledge fairness, integrity, and civility in all actions taken and all communications made by me as a public servant. I'm not sure, Madam Chair, if this is the right moment or if after, but I would like to call for a censure of Commissioner Carollo in this matter.
Can I answer, Madam Chair? I'm surprised that it's taken you weeks and weeks to answer anything that I stated in these 3 programs that came early on when you got elected, after you yourself had gone to many programs and made statements. What I've stated is very simple, Mr. Pardo. At no time did I say that you didn't put that money into your campaign. I don't know. What I clearly have stated, and I will ask you face to face here, instead of this whole charade that you want to do here, all you have to do, which you could have done before, I certainly would have gone public and said, hey, these is my bank account. This is evidence that I put this money into my campaign. End of story. End of story. You decided you didn't want to do that. You decided to take other measures. Now, all of a sudden, after weeks and weeks have gone by, you decide to bring this here. That's not in the agenda now. This is not a non-agenda item. Instead of dealing with it publicly, like I dealt with it. And I ask you now, do you want to show full transparency? Because just like a lot of your allies keep saying, everybody says that Carollo did this, Carollo did that. Well, you know what? A lot of people are saying that you didn't put that money into your campaign. I don't know that. But you certainly have an opportunity to show that. Do you want to show that and be fully transparent so that this is answer and finish with? It's up to you.
It was a question. I thought I had an answer.
It's up to you.
So, first of all, Commissioner Carollo, I don't answer to you. And you're not, I don't answer to you.
Well, that's true.
Right.
Absolutely.
So out of respect, you should kind of understand that and not come forward unless you have some proof making allegations. Second thing, it is on the agenda. And third thing, I'm bringing it up now on this. Excuse me, I'd like to finish now. I let you finish. I'd like to finish.
Go ahead and finish.
And third thing is because we are talking about your cases, and we are talking about your conduct, and this is an example of weaponizing government again, when we've already paid $10 million, it needs to be called out publicly. And that's why I'm doing it in this manner.
I don't know where you get the $10 million with. It's obvious you don't want to show, since you're the one that has come here talking about transparency, you don't want to be transparency and showed that you had that money in your account for a long time. That's up to you.
Here are my documents that prove it, and I'll exchange it for your letter of resignation.
Yeah. Well, you're not going to get that.
Okay, then you're not going to get
You tried that one time before.
All right.
But let's go into a little more here, okay? On July 12th, prior to July 12th, you sent out an invitation that was paid for by your campaign that said, join me for a toast on my 60th birthday, Wednesday, July 12th, 6 to 8 p.m. at Ball and Chain. Join me for an update on a transformational political campaign. This is a political activity. Nowhere in your campaign did anything show up, either as you paying for space, even one soda pop, or a contribution that was made to your campaign. But beyond that, on the monies in question, the $105,000, there was I believe you gave contributions in two ways. You first gave one that was $60,300 plus, and then you gave one for $105,000. There is probable cause there that when you gave the $105,000, you had spent already tens of thousands of dollars that you did not have in your bank account.
Commissioner.
No. Now you let me speak, sir. Okay? You started this, I'll gladly finish it. Within 2 days, you wrote checks, about 7 or so, maybe more, for close to $48,000 or so, out of which some $42,000 was for something that gave the impression that it was for either campaign walkers, for phone banking. You know the exact wording that you put down in the campaign. And I will submit to you that if it was phone workers, if it was campaign walkers, it would be impossible that in 2 days you had spent that kind of money, because you would have needed well over 170 people that were paid $15 an hour for 8 hours each day, 16 hours, for you to have written those checks. Therefore, the probable cause is there to believe that that money was spent before you had monies, before you had monies in the bank to have paid for that. In other words, you didn't have the money in the bank to have paid for that then. That's the probable cost. You had it once you put the $105,000. And then it leads to ask, why would someone that is going to give their campaign after they gave themselves over $60,000 3.5 months before, give themselves another $105,000 after they spent money that they didn't have in the bank? You would have thought that they would have given the money before, because as you all know, each dollar that is spent in a campaign that you don't have in the bank already is an individual campaign violation. Furthermore, and this is between you and whoever, I've heard that you still owe money in your campaign. And I don't know if that's true or not, but all this comes to wondering, like I stated, wondering. I didn't accuse you that you didn't have it. I question whether you did or not. Whether you had that money in your campaign or did you receive a loan or how you got it. But all you had to do, Commissioner, was immediately say, hey, here it is. I would have done that. End of story. End of story. Now, I don't know why you want to deal with this in this fashion today, but it's your prerogative in dealing with it that way. But I didn't accuse you of anything there. I was clear that I'm questioning, yes. And I'm questioning for the reasons that I stated here. There's probable cause to question that. You and I had a fairly good relationship before you got up here out of the blue asking for my resignation. And then weeks later, you held this little affair at Ball and Chain that's never been reported in your campaign. So it makes me wonder, like it made a lot of people
I would
wonder.
just like to.
Commissioner, so I think this conversation has gone way far from this item. You placed your videos. He had his response. I don't want us to go back and forth on this. And this is a perfect example of what we were talking about earlier. Anybody can say anything about anybody. I heard you say that's not true. I've heard him say that's not true. Perfect example of what I was trying to demonstrate with the other. I'd like to move forward.
Madam Chair,
I would like to.
With your permission, I'd like to speak before you move forward on this, because I think my name was mentioned here, and so I'd like to speak on the subject.
Yes, it was.
When you're through, of course.
Go ahead.
So, two things, Carollo. If I were to do an ordinance or resolution against you here, I would have to dedicate the whole commission meeting to you, and I don't do that. Okay? And I agree with the chair that at some point we have to all move on. However, the gentleman is correct. You have weaponized this body. Okay? And let me just point something out, very detailed to you. You're saying that the gentleman, when you said this, he should have said that, and that would have cleared everything. I remember in my campaign when you and Mr. Portilla, in my campaign, said that I had kicked out one of my tenants at 1780 Northwest 21st Terrace, which Mr. Cooney's well aware of what I'm speaking of. And you accused me that that poor lady, I had kicked her out for my benefit so I can run from 1780 Northwest 21st Terrace, which was a complete lie. The lady, my tenant, was in New Jersey. She didn't know what was going on. And all of a sudden, she finds out what's going on. And she clears it up, and she made a video not orchestrated by us, only the pure truth of what had happened, that she had left prior to that, okay, because she could not afford the rent down here, okay. And I had sent that video to America TV. We had given you a letter. And did America TV stop after that letter of the cease and desist? No. Did you stop with that? No, you continued. So you're another one, I'm talking about. Let me explain. I'm talking about, and you know full well, you and Mr. Portilla, you were with Rodriguez, you were pushing Rodriguez, the candidate, the lady, and Mr. Portilla by his side, you accused me, you wanted to dirty my name falsely, that I had evicted one of my tenants, and I explained what had happened. It was completely false, and the tenant came out and made a video and put it and gave it to America TV, put it on social media, and yet you guys continue to play and do the mailers that we do in political campaigns. That was done, and yet you were shown the proof by the lady herself saying that was a lie. What guys were saying about it, and yet you guys continued. You guys continued. You had a chance to make it right. Portilla had a chance to make it right, and that continued. Okay. My point is, okay, that look, nobody's perfect here. However, you are one of the gentlemen that turns this, and man, you bought some good faith 5 minutes ago, and then to see this on TV that I'm a lapdog, dude. Who am I a lapdog to? The only lapdog that I am is to myself, okay? Because let me tell you, in 2015, I did lend myself money in my campaign, and I can tell you where I got that money. So to me, this year, it's nothing. I don't care about this. And in this campaign, I can tell you where I lent my money, all my money. I'm clean, man. And I'm sure this gentleman is too.
It wasn't much money.
But the problem is that I don't want to give you the satisfaction that now I have to answer to you because you think that he did something wrong. And now, because if that would be the case, then I'd have 10 items for you, okay, against you, okay? And
Guys, please,
Look,
let me.
He's confused. I wasn't running against him.
Commissioner,
He keeps trying to mix me up with Diaz Apartheid.
Commissioner,
you were
both
running.
of
You were running the lady. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows you were running the lady.
I was helping her, absolutely.
Commissioners.
But I wasn't with Diaz Apartheid.
Well, both of you were saying the same thing about the lady. The lady came out. The lady addressed you guys. The lady addressed the question. The lady said, "Stop what you're doing," and you guys didn't stop. You kept on. By the way, if I was a lady, I'd file a lawsuit against
Commissioners,
on American TV.
Commissioners, I pray that this is the last time we have a squabble over campaign elections. You won. Everybody sitting here won. Let me tell you, when I got elected, I didn't come here and complain about one single thing that happened to me during my campaign. And there was a lot of stuff that happened to me. There was a lot of stuff that mailers, robocalls that said mean stuff about me, and none of it was true. So what? I won. 65% of the vote. I won. Let it go. Let it go, because we've just spent so much time here.
But he's the one introducing FR3. He's introducing FR3.
And I let you speak.
We wouldn't have been talking about this if he wouldn't have introduced FR3. We wouldn't be talking about it.
Commissioner, I let you speak.
Yes, ma'am.
I let Commissioner Pardo speak. I let Commissioner Carollo speak. Your videos, your response, let this die. Let us not have another conversation about what happened during your campaigns, what didn't happen, who did, whatever. You won. You won. We're here. Let's move forward. Let's just move forward. Let's vote on this item. Please, let's not have more conversation about this. I don't want to be here all night. It is the eve of my birthday.
Sir, did you have not a motion on the floor? Madam Chair. Did you have a motion on the floor?
I asked if my motion would be now or after FR3 for a censure.
Madam Chair, let me say this, that the only thing that I regret is that I've laid back. I have tried to be civil here, that I bit my tongue many times. But if this is the game that wants to be played, I'll gladly come back at the next meeting with videos of all kinds. Okay, we'll start showing videos, not just little flicks and parts like you showed here at your convenience. And you certainly didn't get that. It's the people that are attacking me and the city every day that I don't have the opportunity to go and answer them. Because, first of all, they won't give me the opportunity, no matter what they say. If you're invited to a program and they won't let you speak, that's not an opportunity. So, if this is how we want to do it from now on, I'll be happy to do that. But, again, Commissioner Pardo, if you had any problem the first time that I won in a broadcast outlet, to defend myself from a lot of what was being said against me, you should have immediately said, hey, here it is. It's fine. And I would have been the first one that said, hey, it's there. But I still stand by what I said a few minutes ago on your campaign, sir.
You can move on.
Okay. Do I have a motion for FR3?
The motion?
Do I have a second? Motion dies for lack of second. FR5.
Madam Chair, can we call the censure?
Do I have a motion? I'm sorry.
Motion.
Okay, first, let me say this is my first time having this. So if our city clerk can walk us through what needs to happen.
Yes, ma'am. So pursuant to Section 561 of Mason's Power of Legislatures to Discipline Members, the legislative body has the right to regulate the conduct of its members and may discipline a member as it deems appropriate, including reprimand, censure, or expulsion.
Do I have a motion?
Does that include, for instance, when a member of this body has gotten up?
Which you came to me for a 65-year-old man that has a problem. You came to me the other day right here on the...
Commissioner Gabella, can you wait until I recognize
No,
you?
because now he's going to lie.
sitting
He's gonna
down
lie.
here,
I know
sir.
where he's going. I know
And
where
the
he's going.
video is
But that's
there.
okay. Yeah, the video's
We
there,
can show
and the
video
video
again
should be there when you
anytime
came
you
over
want.
to me
No.
about 2 weeks later to make peace with me and give me your hand right there. That I
was
thought
sitting
I got
right
away
here.
because I don't want any trouble with you. I got on your side, and you came to me. That doesn't look like you're scared of me, Carollo, for a 65-year-old man. You came to me to
Commissioner
give me my
Gabella.
hand right here.
I see.
Give me a break. You want to use that one?
So, Commissioner Gabella and Commissioner Carollo, if we have another outburst, I'll recess this meeting so that we can all calm down, take a breath, take a beat.
Let's have a break. Can we
let's
take
have a break.
5-minute break?
Can we vote on the censure?
Let me give you my 10 cents on it. I know, and I'm totally opposed of any adjectives or accusations that have been made in public. You see, I don't believe that's the proper language that our people deserve. As I also wanted to add that I have seen and I heard attack of everybody. You see. Against Carollo, against me, and against everybody here. What I will go along is to censor. It is the language that was used, and I really vote against censoring the adjectives and all the name calling, and preclude anybody to, using it in a public, in radio station or whatever it is, because there's no need for that. You see, I can be totally opposed to one of you or whatever proposals you have, but I don't have to call you names, and I don't have to. That's what I want to censor, not a specific person, but let's censor that and make sure, and I'll go beyond that. You see. And if it is legal, let's censor that type of language, you see, and have make some consequences on a person that uses that language again. You see? Okay? Those accusations, because you cannot go into a radio station and say, Manolo Reyes, he is corrupt. You see? And then expect that I'm not going to say something against you. You see, I don't cannot say, lapdog, whatever. That's uncalled for. Our people don't deserve this. And those people don't. I agree with you, Madam Chair. The election is over. Let's move on. There are a lot of streets that need to be repaid. There are a lot of drainage that have to be done. there is a lot of housing that we have to look for. You see, there are a lot of things that we have to do, I mean, we can do to benefit our people. That's why they elected us. You see, I have been called names during my campaign. I mean, if anybody has had, dealings with campaigns, it's me. I ran 7 times, you see. And during all those 7 times, there have been attacks on me, you see. I mean, from being too old, whatever it is, that I'm always falling asleep, and which is not, it is not true. I'm a young man. No, I'm sorry. You see, I mean, once the votes are tallied, and you lose or you win, you never forget. But it is over. It is over. Let's look forward, please. Let's look forward. And let's censor that type of behavior. Let's censor that type of behavior without naming anybody. You see, because all of us are going to be guilty and will deserve to be censored, because I have gone sometimes out of the way and I have called people names. You see, let's censor that type of behavior. And I agree with you. Let's censor the behavior.
But, Madam Chair, just to be clear, this censure is for weaponizing government, and that's why I wanted the question called.
Weaponizing government. Well, first of all, when I signed, and when all of us signed the papers that are given to us, it's a signature that is given for our behavior up here. This body cannot control freedom of speech, and certainly behavior outside of these chambers. We've even had in the past commissioners that have gotten into fights, drunk, and they have never been censored. The weaponizing, that's a word that we have been hearing, and your friends that keep suing the city time and time again. So I'm not going to be not surprised that that's a word that you want to use. Now, you know, Commissioner Reyes, that a day doesn't go by that I, and now my wife is the main one they've used, with all of Mr. Pardo's allies, that I'm not being attacked, defamed, the word corruption that I didn't use against him. I didn't call him corrupt in any of these clips. Is thrown against me and many others like water. In fact, now hiding behind lawsuits in motions that are being made. I and my wife are being accused, and even worse, of what Commissioner Diaz-Lerpertia was indicted for. Time and time again. And I don't have any avenues to defend myself in these radio programs, these blogs. So the problem is that since I know how to defend myself, when I go to a radio station or a TV station, whether in English or in Spanish, now they want to silence me so I can't speak. And you know what? It's not going to happen. Because there's nothing that I said there, nothing that I should be attacked for in this commission. If he had a problem with what I said, he had a right to go and ask to go into any of those programs, and they would have given him the time. So he could answer that in any way that he wanted to. the time that I'm not given in other places that defend him and attack me and call me all kinds of names, and the word corruption is like water. So, as you said, if I'm going to be condemned for this, everyone here is going to at one point or another. This is unreal, that in something that it's outside of this body, that I'm going to be held in any way, shape, or form to anything that was signed or how we behave up here. But even so, if Mr. Pardo was offended by questioning the dollars that he alleged to have put into the campaign, he should have gone and answered them. Nowhere, even with the way that he cut all these programs, did I say he did that. I question it, yes, like a lot of people have. And I've given here the probable cause that anyone that would have looked at that would have to wonder. How can you spend $48,000 or so in 2 days after you put 105 and around 42 of it is for supposedly people calling or walking that, as I stated, you would have needed an army at $15 an hour for 16 hours a day. So you all can tell us how we're going to play this from here on, but I'm going to defend myself. I'm not going to just put my head down and cower when I'm attacked, when I'm defamed, when my wife is attacked. Even my mother now, that died, is being attacked by some of these same people, laughing at her.
How's that?
I'll say, well, very simple. You have one of them that was here today saying that once the courts take my house and they put up for the marshals to sell everything that I have, they're going to come in and take my mother's fantasy jewelry, laughing at my mother like she couldn't afford to have anything decent, and that they're going to buy it, and then they're going to put it in their necks so they could be like Walter Mercado.
Who runs the bank and right? Those people that don't even pay attention to them.
But Commissioner, you know that this is happening every day. Going up and writing on my wife all kinds of lies that they're putting down.
Yes, but we're talking about the press, now we're talking about us.
Gentlemen, can we move on to the business at hand? Like you said, Manolo, can we move on to the business at hand?
Let's get on.
Let's get on with it. Yeah, let's get on with it.
I believe someone wants to make a motion.
He made the motion.
So how does this work, what you were talking about? And what exactly does it entail?
Basically, I'm asking for the censure of Commissioner Carollo based on FR3, weaponizing government, and I'd like to make that censure. So I'm making the motion to censure.
Madam Chair.
And when you censor somebody, what actually is censored?
Yes.
What actually is, no, go ahead, I'm sorry.
It's a note. Go ahead.
You see, I believe that what we have to censor is the speech, the way that the accusations, and the way that we behave against each other, and that is very broad. Because I'm going to listen. I am going to be very honest, and you know that I speak up my mind. I know, and I don't condone when somebody goes into the radio, be it Carollo, be one of you, even me, that we address any of our colleagues in a very, demeaning way. I mean, that is not right. And that is not politics, I do understand, you see. And we cannot accuse anybody of being corrupt unless we have the proof. And corruption is a word that is being thrown around all along about the city of Miami, and that's why I asked for all the things that I've been asking, the independent auditor, all the independent audits, you see, so we can take that cloud out of it. And if we are going to, let's condemn the behavior, and once and for all, be it Carollo, be it me, be it you, or
But in this case, you have legislation that's being introduced in order to wait, let me just finish this idea. You have legislation that's being introduced, that's being used as a narrative to attack someone, and the taxpayers are paying for all this system just for a personal vendetta.
On the same token, you're saying not to do it to him, but he's doing it to him.
That legislation died without a second.
But he tried to do
It is
it.
moot
But he
now.
tried to do it.
And I believe we should censure the commissioners so that we note it. It's noted.
Gentlemen. Gentlemen, Madam City Attorney wants to say something.
I just wanted to remind the commissioners that you have a fiduciary duty to the city of Miami.
Yes.
And certain legislation that is passed that will just basically write a blank check to certain litigants that we have right now does not uphold that fiduciary duty.
Yes. In other words, it could hurt us. It could hurt the city of Miami if we continue in this avenue. Say it, Vicky, don't be afraid.
No, the legislation as proposed right now by Commissioner Pardo is, he might as well just write a blank check.
Which legislation?
What you're just proposing right now, it would be a resolution.
FR3?
No, the censure one.
Oh, the censure.
Yes,
you
that
have
is why
proposed
I'm saying don't do that. And don't do it. I mean, we're exposing ourselves. You see.
I'm not sure that's accurate.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Chair, my apologies. Commissioner Gabella, did you second Commissioner Pardo's motion?
I was asking a question, and then they tell me that we waste time. Then Carollo talked about 10 minutes, and I respect him because he has the right to talk. Then when I talk, you know what I mean? And I was asking the question, what exactly does censure entail? What does it entail? I was asking you the question, Madam City Attorney, without pointing to you. I was asking the question, and I never got the answer because, somebody else was speaking. So
Okay, I apologize. I thought you were asking Commissioner Pardo.
No, I was
what
asking
he wanted. Well, unfortunately, I didn't have the opportunity to know about this legislation, and I don't know what.
So you don't
right.
have the answer.
I don't know what Mr. Pardo wants.
Would you enlighten me on what this entails?
As far as I know, this is a censure. It's a notation. It has nothing other than serves as the purpose of a warning to a sitting commissioner based on behavior that's not appropriate, is not working on behalf of the residents of the city.
That's exactly what you've been asked to do today. So then your friends from Ball and Chain's attorney could bring it in a motion to the courts at all levels, and they will be using it time and time again to see how they could get tens of millions of dollars from the city.
Okay. I've heard enough. We have a motion and a second.
Chair, so Commissioner Gabella, you are seconding the motion.
I'm not.
No, understood. I'm just trying to make sure the record is completely clear on this.
So, what it means is that you are giving a warning, a better possible conduct, because we're having bad conduct. But nothing really happens.
That's as I understand it.
Okay.
Now, this body could give me a warning.
I'm only asking.
Let's give them a warning.
I'm not fighting.
A warning but let me tell you this. If we are, and believe me, I'm not in favor of anything that was said and all of that, because that is not my style, and I am totally opposed to that, and I think that we have to put stop to it. You see?
I agree.
Okay? We have to put stop to it. But if we start, I'm not an attorney, but if we start censoring legislation, because of the legislation, it is perceived as weaponizing and, or to use your words, or whatever it is, or punishing, then whatever we propose could be also be censored. And then that's my point, Commissioner. I mean, let's warn, let's...
I'm perfectly happy calling it a warning.
Okay? A warning for the behavior that you shouldn't do that anymore.
For introducing legislation that was inappropriate.
No, future legislation, when you try to condemn legislation, you are handcuffing yourself.
No. It's the existing legislation that was introduced.
But then it was voted down. That's it?
Commissioner Reyes.
That's it?
First of all, in the legislation that was voted down, it's very simple. I don't know why there's such a concern on that legislation. All that legislation said that if anyone running for office in the future that is going to put over $1,000 of their own funds into their own campaign, that they should show where the funding came from, through loans, bank accounts, whatever the means. I don't know why that should be so troubling to anyone.
Because it was aimed at me.
Secondly of all, no, sir, that was aimed into the future. You were in the past. This is in the future.
You discussed them, and you said it was basically aimed at me.
Commissioner Pardo,
Now,
he is correct. He did say that it would not apply retroactively, so it would apply to anyone in the future.
You can make it retroactive.
And that it applied to me.
And
Now,
Commissioner,
having said that, and I'll finish with this, Commissioner Reyes, we can direct, try to guide our behavior up here in the dais. But how can you guide, censor anyone how they behave inside? Is the next one going to be, that we're going to be guided and censored in our own bedrooms too? This is the kind of crap that happens in Venezuela, that happens in Havana, in Moscow, in China, that if you go out and speak publicly, they're going to chastise you and try to cut you off. This is why Maria Corina Machado in Venezuela, they've taken her on a run for office now.
What I'm saying is that we should behave and our conduct should be becoming of an elected official where people have placed their trust in us. You see, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you cannot talk. You can talk whatever you want, but that doesn't mean that it is right. I'm not going to say, please, don't do that. Let's show some respect for the people that are there and voted for us. They don't want to see this spectacle that we have now. What they want to see is us making decisions that are going to benefit their quality of life. And that's what I'm saying. It is not Venezuela, it is not Cuba, ni Corina Machado. It is what it is. We have the tendency of going and insulting and talking, and that's, unfortunately, that's what politics have become, particularly in the city of Miami, which is shameful. You see?
Why programs that were done 3 months back or 2 months back or more, why are they all of a sudden being brought up now with the excuse that is because of this ordinance is here?
I don't know.
Well, I'm going to tell you why. Precisely so that could then be used in court papers against me and the city.
thank you. Thank you all.
Madam Chair, as drafted, as mentioned by Commissioner Pardo, that resolution requesting that with the whole weaponizing language and all that will be used in whatever case we have pending now. As
I
of-
understand, Madam City Attorney, I understand. I'm trying to move past this. If that's okay with everyone, I think we've spent an hour, and if we haven't, it has felt like an hour. And I am not in favor of censoring anyone because, as you can see, when one of my colleagues feels passionate about an item, they are passionate about an item, this happens. This has happened with Commissioner Gabella. It just happened again when he got up. It has happened with our vice chair. He started.
Madam
His
Chair,
family-
I got up to show you what had happened. I didn't
I
get
know,
up to do
but
anything to
it's-
anybody.
I know, you
come on.
didn't, but it is not.
No, but
it is
come
not.
on.
You
But-
see how you're interrupting me?
Yeah, I am.
Because you feel passionate about what I'm saying. You don't
No, I'm
agree
not
with
trying-
me,
but-
and then you interrupt me. The
Right.
same thing happens with Vice Chair, with Commissioner Reyes. Not so much with Commissioner Pardo.
But you
I
know,
know,
gentlemen, this thing that's happening
see?
today happened last year where this gentleman and I were not here. Okay, so let's not make it like we're the troublemakers here.
I
and,
didn't say
you know what I
anybody-
mean? Okay,
see,
all right,
I-
just want to
I
clear the
didn't
record.
say anybody
Just
was a
wanna clear the record.
troublemaker. What I
And the reason
said
I got
was-
up is because he was going to tell you that I got up one day and then I said, let me just tell you, after that, 2 weeks after, he went
Yes.
over there to make
Yeah,
peace
and you-
with me,
you
and I
wanted to
got to the
show-
side because I didn't
Exactly.
want any problems. I don't want to be accused of anything, period, end of story. And that's why I got
But
up.
Commissioner, do you see
That's all.
that
And
I
now I'm
started
going to be
speaking
quiet.
in exactly.
I'm going to be quiet.
So what I'm trying to point out to everybody is that when you feel passionately about being wronged, that there's no holding you back. Is all I'm trying to say. When you feel like you've been attacked, you feel like you've been wronged, we have these passionate conversations, these passionate dialogues. Let's move forward. You have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Commissioner Gabella, so you have seconded the motion, is that correct?
All right, it's a warning, right, is what it is? It's a warning. But really, it has no teeth. It's just a warning. And that's
Not as stated. It is stated that he is going to be censured for weaponizing the government.
I'll go ahead and withdraw the motion. I think the point has been made.
Thank you, sir.
The motion has been withdrawn.
Great. You show a lot of leadership. Thank you.
Do I have a motion for FR5?
And to the illustrious PR person hired by Ball and Chain through his firm since 2018, please, if the Carollo name ever is in the ballot again, make sure when you and your wife go and vote, you're living in the district or in the location where you voted.
Sorry, I was so distracted.
They even
by-
had a representative that came just a little
We are
while
over
ago to sit down here to listen to all this.
No, we're over that. Let's move on. FR5.
We finished all the first reading items.
That's right.
We are now on the boards.
That's right, boards.
Thank you, Chair. BC4, Bayfront Park Management Trust. Commissioner Pardo will be appointing Stephen Smith.
Do I have a motion?
Move it.
I have a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
He's got a right to name whoever he wants.
BC7, Code Enforcement Board. Commissioner Pardo will be appointing Rick Madon to a vacant at-large seat.
Move.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
BC14, LGBTQ Advisory Board. Commissioner Reyes will be reappointing Ariel Trueba.
Move.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
BC15, Little Haiti Revitalization Trust. City Manager Noriega will be reappointing Alyssa Cepeda.
Move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
BC17, Miami Forever Bond Program Citizens Oversight Board. Commissioner Reyes will be reappointing Ralph Rosado with the forfeits employment waiver.
Move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
BC21, Urban Development Review Board. Commissioner Reyes will be reappointing Agustin Barrera with a forfeits residency waiver.
Move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
BC22, Virginia Key Advisory Board. Commissioner Pardo will be appointing Jackie Collier to his vacant seat.
Move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
That concludes the boards and committees. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chairwoman, basically what we got left are PC items, correct?
Discussion items and PZ items.
And the shade meetings.
And the shade meeting.
What
I can,
time will the shade meeting begin?
as I was going to ask if you want to take up the PZ items or if you want to go into the shade room meetings now. Which one?
I go into the shade meeting now.
I don't have any
Would
problem.
rather go to the shade meeting. I have a problem. We have out of the country dignitaries that are here. The mayor is not available, and I'm supposed to go and give them the welcome into the city. We have ambassadors, the admiral of foreign allies, Navy, etc. So I'm trying to see how I could make it. So I'd rather do the shade meeting now, and then if I could step out quickly, and I'll get back as quickly as I can.
Do we want to defer the PZ items and go into the shade room meetings?
Fine with me. We can pass all of them. I don't have anything against them.
Okay.
Just a question.
Okay, on one of the PC items, okay, which is in my district, okay, I'd like to defer it, and I'd like to move that along, not defer it the next time, but so they can get together, the neighbors and the.
Love that.
Give me a minute.
So which item is that?
I'm looking for that now. Hang on a minute. Please give me 1 minute.
Also, if staff knows of any that are urgent or that we should be taking up.
Okay, so it was PZ9.
You want to defer PZ9?
What I'd like for you to do, you're representing the property owner, correct?
Yes. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Ines Marrero with offices at 701 Brickell Avenue. I am the representative for the appellant PZ9. We are requesting that the item be remanded to the Historic and Environmental Preservation Board.
Very
We had
good.
a meeting, and that's the pleasure of the neighbors and the commissioner.
So
That's
do I
what I
have
was going to suggest. Thank you very much.
So do I have a
Ines.
motion to defer PZ9?
Move.
You were going to say something?
It needs to be remanded to the head board.
So remanded to the HEP board.
So approved.
Okay.
So do we need to approve it?
So
Can I make a motion to?
wait, hold on.
Oh.
Hold on. Mr. City Clerk.
And please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the motion by Commissioner Gabello was correct. Commissioner Gabello, you want to remand PC9 to the HEP board.
I want them to go back and
Okay. So I have a motion to
I'll
remand.
second it.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I make a motion for the rest of the PCs? If anybody has any problems,
Well,
I don't have no problems
some.
with anybody.
I have some that need to go today. So, and the titles need to be read into the record. We can't just.
Okay.
All right, Madam City Attorney, please read these into the record. Or, I mean, start reading the titles.
PZ1 was reset, correct, Madam Chair?
It was withdrawn.
Yes, it was withdrawn. So we have PZ 2, 3.
Okay. PZ2, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending ordinance number 10544 as amended.
Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3. Let me, from each commissioner, what do you have? Because there are 23 items, not all in total. So if there are any items that you need to have read into the record, Commissioner Reyes, do you need anyone to go? I need 12, 13, 15, and 17. I only need 4.
say it again. 12,
12, 13, 15, and 17.
15, and 17.
You
20
need,
and 21.
4 and 5.
Madam City Attorney, in 2021, were all the issues resolved?
Is that, Ms. Tapanes, are 20 and 21 yours? Yes, we discussed, moving forward.
Okay,
Yes, thank you.
thank you.
Madam Chair?
so you need 20 and 21?
Yes.
Yes, sir. And 18 and 19, I mean,
18
we
and
can
19.
just kind of include it and read it and pass it.
So you might as well read them all. Just read them all. Read the titles into the record.
You remind me of that advertisement. Not this one, this one. Give them all.
Okay, Madam Chair, sorry.
Madam
So
Chair?
let's just read them all.
Well,
Okay,
for now, can I read the four that we know and then everybody
No,
can
just
figure
read
it
them
out?
all.
Can you include PZ10 and PZ11, please?
So that's all of them. Read them all.
Oh, yeah, PZ10 and PZ11. Yes, PZ10 and 11.
So it's just read them all.
Madam City Attorney, I can let you know the ones that are in play.
Yes.
So the PZ items that are in play are PZ2, PZ3, PZ4, PZ5, PZ10, PZ11, PZ12, PZ13, PZ14, PZ15, PZ16, PZ17, PZ18, PZ19, PZ20, PZ21, PZ22, and PZ23.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. PZ2, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending ordinance number 10544 as amended the future land use map of the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures subject to section 163-3187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from medium-density restricted commercial to restricted commercial of the acreage described herein of real property located at approximately 775 Southwest 8th Street, Northwest portion 750 Southwest 7th Street, and 740 Southwest 7th Street, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ3, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by changing the zoning classification from T5L, Urban Center Transit Zone Limited, to T680, Urban Core Transit Zone Open of the property generally located at 775 Southwest 8th Street, Northwest portion 750 Southwest 7th Street, and 740 Southwest 7th Street, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ4, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending the future land use map of ordinance number 10544 as amended the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures subject to sections 163-3187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from low-density restricted commercial to restricted commercial of approximately 2.54 acres described herein of real property at 416 Northwest 36th Court, East portion, 427 Northwest 37th Avenue, East portion, 400 Northwest 36th Court, 408 Northwest 36th Court, 440 Northwest 36th Court, 146 Northwest 36th Court, 140 Northwest 36th Court, 114 Northwest 36th Court, 100 Northwest 36th Court, 102 Northwest 36th Court, 70 Northwest 36th Court, 64 Northwest 36th Court, 58 Northwest 36th Court, 3667 Northwest Flagler Terrace, and 3695 West Flagler Street, Northwest portion, Miami, Florida, Assemblage A, and by changing the future land use designation from duplex residential to restricted commercial of approximately 0.34 acres described herein of real property at 697 Northwest 37th Avenue, Southwest portion, 640 Northwest 36th Court, South portion, and 3665 Northwest 6th Street, Miami, Florida, Assemblage B, collectively the assemblage, all as more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ5, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended Miami 21 Code by changing the zoning classification from T680 Urban Core Transit Zone Open to T680 Urban Core Transit Zone Open for the property generally located at 697 Northwest 37th Avenue, North and Southwest portion, and by changing the zoning classification from T4L General Urban Transit Zone Limited to T50 Urban Center Transit Zone Open for the properties generally located at 697 Northwest 37th Avenue, Southeast portion, 640 Northwest 36th Court, South portion, 3665 Northwest 6th Street, 460 Northwest 36th Court, East portion, 427 North West 37th Avenue, East portion, 400 Northwest 36th Court, 408 Northwest 36th Court, 440 Northwest 36th Court, 146 Northwest 36th Court, 140 Northwest 36th Court, 111 Northwest 36th Court, 100 Northwest 36th Court, 102 Northwest 36th Court, 70 Northwest 36th Court, 64 Northwest 36th Court, 58 Northwest 36th Court, 3667 Northwest Flagler Terrace, and 3695 West Flagler Street, Northeast portion, Miami, Florida, all as more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date, PZ10, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending ordinance number 10544 as amended the future land use map of the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures subject to section 163-3187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from medium-density restricted commercial to restricted commercial for the property generally located at 1250 Northwest 22nd Avenue, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Composite Exhibit A, making findings and providing for an effective date. PZ 11, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by changing the zoning classification from T5L Urban Center Transit Zone Limited to T68L Urban Core Transit Zone Limited for the property generally located at 1250 Northwest 22nd Avenue, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Composite Exhibit A, attached and incorporated. Further, accepting the voluntarily proffered covenant attached and incorporated as Exhibit B, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ 12, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending ordinance number 10544 as amended the future land use map of the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures subject to 163-3187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from duplex residential to low-density restricted commercial of the acreage described herein of real property at 7816 Northwest 2nd Court, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated, making findings and providing for an effective date. PZ 13, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended Miami 21 by changing the zoning classification from T30 Suburban Transit Zone Open to T40 General Urban Transit Zone Open for the property generally located at 7816 Northwest 2nd Court, and by changing the zoning classification from T680 Urban Core Transit Zone Open to T68L Urban Core Transit Zone Limited for the properties generally located at 260 Northwest 79th Street, 290 Northwest 79th Street, 294 Northwest 79th Street, 7835 Northwest 3rd Avenue, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. There was a substitution memo on PZ 13. PZ 14, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13104, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended Miami 21 Code by amending Appendix A, Section A2, titled Village West, Island District, and Charles Avenue Neighborhood Conservation Districts 2 and CD2 to modify the existing mixed-use cultural district boundary, create new uses, definitions, introduce development and parking flexibilities, and create new regulations and development guidelines for affordable housing, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ 15, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by amending Article 3, titled General to Zones, Section 3.14, titled Public Benefits Program, and Article 5, titled Specific to Zones, and Illustration 5.5, titled General Urban Transit Zones, to allow bonus building height in certain opportunity zones within the T5 Urban Center Transit Zone in exchange for certain public benefits, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ 16, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments, amending ordinance number 10544 as amended the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan of the City of Miami to incorporate necessary amendments reflecting changes in state requirements and updating the elements based on changes in local conditions since the last update in the year 2015 as required by Florida Administrative Code Rule 73C-49 and Section 163-3191 Florida Statutes titled Evaluation and Appraisal of Comprehensive Plan, specifically by amending, adding, and deleting goals, objectives, and policies of the city's MCNP as attached and incorporated in Exhibits A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and I, making findings containing a severability clause, providing for transmittal to affected agencies, and providing for an effective date.
And Madam City Attorney, I believe PZ 16, there was a substitution memo distributed on March 11th.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, before we continue, it's been brought to my attention that I should have remembered that in PZ 10 and PZ 11, there's two things. There's a stipulation that the land use be granted with a stipulation that they, for 36 months, they cannot change anything on the. I'm sorry. No upzoning for 36 months. 36 months. And the other side knows this. And also one more thing, and there's a declaration of restrictive covenants, an easement for a river walk, which the other side also, I understand, knows about it.
Alexandra Simo, attorney for the Polish American Club of Miami, Inc.
Yep.
Yeah, it was 8 stories was what was requested. And a height limitation of 8 stories, and as well as a 36-month moratorium on any upzoning. So those two things have been added.
Those two things and one more, the river walk.
The Riverwalk is also on there.
Okay.
Everything that you had requested.
That's fine. I just want to put it on the record.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so,
Chair, I'm sorry. So then PZ 11 will be amended.
okay,
10 and 11.
As
11
amended.
is the rezoning.
Okay, yes.
okay.
10 is the language.
So, let me ask my colleagues, starting with Vice Chair, are there any of the PZ items that you want to pull for discussion?
Madam Chair, I didn't finish the titles, though.
What?
I didn't.
What number are you on?
I think I just read 16, or
Correct.
did I get to 17?
Yes, ma'am.
I just finished
You're on-
with.
going on 17.
I'm going on 17, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. I don't read as fast as Barnaby Man.
I so miss him.
I know. PZ 17, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended Miami 21 Code by changing the zoning classification from T50 Urban Center Transit Zone Open to T680 Urban Core Transit Zone Open of the property generally located at 43 Northeast 53rd Street, 40 Northeast 54th Street, and 50 Northeast 54th Street, Miami, Florida, more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated, further recommending to the City Commission acceptance of the voluntary proffered covenant attached and incorporated Exhibit B, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ 18, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending ordinance number 10544 as amended the future land use map of the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures subject to 163-3187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from duplex residential to low-density restricted commercial of the acreage described herein of real property at 200 Northwest 42nd Avenue, western portion, and 4212 Northwest 2 Terrace, western portion, Miami, Florida, more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated, making findings and providing for an effective date. PZ 19, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by changing the zoning classification from T680 Urban Core Transit Zone Open to T68L Urban Core Transit Zone Limited of the property generally located at 248 Northwest 42nd Avenue by changing the zoning classification from T680 Urban Core Transit Zone Open to T68L Urban Core Transit Zone Limited of the eastern portion of the properties located at 4212 Northwest 2nd Terrace and 200 Northwest 42nd Avenue, and by changing the zoning classification from T30 Suburban Transit Zone Open to T4 General Urban Transit Zone Open for the western portion of the properties generally located at 4212 Northwest 2nd Terrace and 200 Northwest 42nd Avenue, Miami, Florida, more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. For PZ19, was there going to be an amendment, Mr. Fernandez, on the title?
Thank you. Thank you, Vicky. Ben Fernandez, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, on behalf of the applicant for 18 and 19. Yes. We want the commission to not approve the first request, which is the T680 to T68L, and that is consistent with your staff recommendation. Only approving the second part of the request, which is the T4R to T40.
Okay, so is that on PZ19 that we're making the amendment?
On both.
Both PZ18 and 19 will be amended as to not making the comprehensive plan item, I think, needs to stay as is.
You're correct.
Okay.
It's only the zoning item.
So PZ18 is not as amended. Before I have my clerk over there having a heart attack. PZ19 is amended. And Savine, can you say how?
So PZ19, it's to deny the T680 to the T68L, and then approve the T30 to the T40.
Correct.
Thank you. So PZ19 will be as amended. And then we have four more. So Madam Chair doesn't get upset at me. And ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending the future land use map of the ordinance number 10544 as amended the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to small scale amendment procedures subject to 163-3187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from medium density restricted commercial to restricted commercial of the acreage described herein of real property at 860, 852, 842, 834, and 826 Northwest 1st Street and 821 West Flagler Street, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, making findings and providing for an effective date. PZ21, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by changing the zoning classification from T50 Urban Center Transit Zone Open to T680 Urban Core Transit Zone Open for the properties located at 860, 852, 842, 834, and 826 Northwest 1st Street, and from T50 Urban Center Transit Zone Open to T680 Urban Core Transit Zone Open for the northern 45 feet of the property located at 821 West Flagler Street, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated, further recommending to the City Commission acceptance of the voluntary proffered covenant attached and incorporated as Exhibit B, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ22, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending ordinance number 10544 as amended the future land use map of the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to small scale amendment procedures subject to 163-3187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from duplex residential to public parks and recreation of the acreage described herein of real property at 1320 Southwest 21st Street, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated, making findings and providing for an effective date. And finally, PZ23, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by changing the zoning classification from T30 suburban transit zone open to CS civic space zone of the property generally located at 1320 Southwest 21st Street, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Motion.
All in favor?
Are we pulling one? Can I pull one of those items out? PZ 15.
We're going to pull PZ 15 for discussion?
No, I'm not voting with the, are we moving them all as a group?
Yes, we could, please.
Could we pull out PZ 15? Because I'm voting no on that one.
Okay.
Everything else I'm good.
All right. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. May I have a motion for PZ 15? Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
No.
No.
Motion passes 3-2 with Commissioner Gabella, Commissioner Pardo voting no.
Okay.
Oye,
No.
Baby.
Just did 15. Yeah, just did 15, right?
Mr. Gonzalez. Siete.
Sorry. That was hers.
Madam Chair, now am I reading the first shade session?
Let's get to it. And I don't want it lasting no forever either.
On February 22nd, 2024, under the provisions of Section 286.0118 Florida statutes, I requested that this City Commission meet in private to discuss pending litigation in the cases of Grace Inc., Engage Miami Inc., South Dade branch of the NAACP, Miami Dade branch of the NAACP, Clarice Cooper, Jared Johnson, Yanelis Valdez, Alexandra Contreras, and Stephen Miro versus City of Miami, case number 122 CV 24066 KMM, pending in the United States District Court for the Southern District of Florida, City of Miami versus Grace Inc., Engage Miami Inc., South Dade branch of the NAACP, Miami Dade branch of the NAACP, Clarice Cooper, Jared Johnson, Yanelis Valdez, and Alexandra Contreras, case number 23-12472, pending in the United States Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit and American Civil Liberties Union of Florida, Inc. versus City of Miami, case number 2023-023-038, CA-01, currently pending in the Circuit Court of the 11th Judicial Circuit in and for Miami-Dade County, Florida, to which the city is presently a party. The City Commission approved my request and will now, at approximately 6:47 p.m., commence a private attorney-client session under the parameters of Section 286.0118 Florida statutes. The subject of the meeting will be confined to settlement negotiations or strategy sessions related to litigation expenditures. This private meeting will conclude approximately 1 hour later. The session will be attended by members of the City Commission, which include Chairwoman Christine King, Vice Chairman Joe Carollo, Commissioners Miguel Angel Gabela, Damian Pardo, and Manolo Reyes. The City Manager, Arthur Noriega, myself, the City Attorney, Victoria Mendez, Chief Deputy City Attorney John Greco, Deputy City Attorneys George Wysong and Kevin Jones, outside counsel Christopher Johnson and George Levesque. A certified court reporter will be present to ensure that the session is fully transcribed, and the transcript will be made public upon the conclusion of the above cited ongoing litigation. At the conclusion of the attorney-client session, the regular City Commission meeting will be reopened, and the person chairing the commission will announce the termination of the attorney-client session. Thank you.
Thank you. The meeting is now in recess for what she just said. back in session. I'm going to ask my colleagues, there are discussion items remaining on our agenda. Would you like to defer the discussion items to the next commission meeting?
So moved, yeah.
So may I have a motion?
Motion, second, or?
I have a motion and a second to defer the discussion items to the April 11th commission meeting.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That'll be all discussion items of DI 7, which was already continued to April 11.
Perfect. And Madam City Attorney?
Okay, we have a script for the shade session that we just attended for the next City Commission meeting. So let me read that real quick, and then I'll read the script for the...
What, we have to have another shade meeting
in the Grace
April
case.
11?
Yeah. Just in case.
Okay.
All right. So, Madam Chair and members of the Commission, pursuant to the provisions of Section 286.011, parentheses 8 Florida statutes, I am requesting that at the City Commission meeting of April 11, 2024, an attorney-client session closed to the public be held for the purposes of discussing the pending litigation in the matter of Grace, Inc., Engage Miami, Inc., South Dade Miami branch of the NAACP, Miami-Dade branch of the NAACP, Clarice Cooper, Jared Johnson, Janelis Valdez, Alexander Contreras, and Stephen Miro versus City of Miami, case number 122 CV24066 KMM, pending in the United States District Court for the Southern District of Florida. City of Miami versus Grace, Inc., Engage Miami, Inc., South Dade branch of the NAACP, Miami-Dade branch of the NAACP, Clarice Cooper, Jared Johnson, Yanelis Valdez, and Alexander Contreras, case number 23-12472, pending in the United States Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit, and American Civil Liberties of Union of Florida, Inc. versus City of Miami, case number 2023-023038-CA01, currently pending in the Circuit Court of the 11th Circuit in and for Miami-Dade County, Florida, to which the city is presently a party. The subject of the meeting will be confined to settlement negotiations or strategy discussions. The private meetings will begin at approximately 10 a.m. or soon thereafter as the commissioner's schedules permit, and conclude approximately 1 hour later. The session will be attended by the members of the City Commission, which include Chair Christine King, Vice Chairman Joe Carroyo, Commissioners Miguel Angel Gabella, Manolo Reyes, and Damian Pardo, the City Manager, Art Noriega V, the City Attorney, Victoria Mendez, Chief Deputy City Attorney John A. Greco, Deputy City Attorneys George Wysong, and Kevin R. Jones, Outside Counsel Christopher N. Johnson, and George T. Levesque. A certified court reporter will be present to ensure that this session is fully transcribed, and the transcript will be made public upon the conclusion of the litigation. At the conclusion of the attorney-client session, the regular commission meeting will be open, and the person chairing the commission meeting will announce the termination of the attorney-client session. Now I have the script for the commencement of today's attorney-client session. On February 22nd, 2024, under the provisions of Section 286.011, parentheses 8 Florida statutes, City Attorney Victoria Mendez requested that this City Commission meet in private to discuss pending litigation in the cases of the Mad Room LLC, DBA Ball and Chain, Altos Mexicano LLC, DBA Taquerias El Mexicano, Little Havana Arts Building LLC, and La Gran Fiesta LLC versus City of Miami, case number 21-CV-23485-RKA, pending in the United States District Court for the Southern District of Florida. Tower Hotel LLC, a Florida Limited Liability Company, Piedras Villas LLC, a Florida Limited Liability Company, Beat Stick LLC, a Florida Limited Liability Company, El Shopping LLC, a Florida Limited Liability Company, and Yo Amo Calle Siete LLC, a Florida Limited Liability Company versus City of Miami, case number 2022-008069-CA-44, pending in the Circuit Court of the 11th Judicial Circuit, and for Miami-Dade County, and Tower Hotel LLC, a Florida Limited Liability Company, Piedras Villas LLC, a Florida Limited Liability Company, Beat Stick LLC, a Florida Limited Liability Company, El Shopping LLC, a Florida Limited Liability Company, and Yo Amo Calle Siete LLC, a Florida Limited Liability Company versus City of Miami, case number 3D23-285, pending in the District Court of Appeals of the State of Florida, 3rd District, to which the city is presently a party. The City Commission approved my request and will now, at approximately 8:10, commence a private attorney-client session under the parameters of Section 286.011, parentheses 8 Florida statutes. The subject of the meeting will be confined to settlement negotiations or strategy sessions related to litigation expenditures. This private meeting will conclude approximately 1 hour later. The session will be attended by the members of the City Commission, which include the Chair, Christine King, Commissioners Miguel Angel Gabella, Damian Pardo, Manolo Reyes, the Chief Deputy City Attorney John A. Greco, Deputy City Attorney Kevin R. Jones, and Deputy City Attorney George K. Wysong, and City's outside counsel Raquel A. Rodriguez Esquire and Michael E. Dutko Esquire. A certified court reporter will be present to ensure that the session is fully transcribed, and the transcript will be made public upon the conclusion of the above cited ongoing litigation. At the conclusion of the attorney-client session, the regular commission meeting will be reopened, and the person chairing the committee meeting will announce the termination of the attorney-client session.
City Commission meeting is now in recess for the attorney-client session. 2024.
We need one more.
Commission is back in session. Mr. City Clerk, do we need a quorum?
If we're going to conduct business, yes. I think we need to withdraw agenda item AC3. And if we're going to, remember, all the discussion items were continued, so if we're going to reconsider any actions taken on that continuance, we'll need a quorum.
We have a quorum.
I have a quorum.
So yes, we'd like to withdraw attorney-client 3.
May I have a motion?
Motion.
I have a motion. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Is there any?
But I would like to direct staff to make sure that we do get, I think that's coming back, right? The I3, the attorney.
Yeah, in a suitable time. We'll have to read another script for whenever it comes back. So
Okay.
We'll let you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the chair already indicated that the attorney-client session terminated and they reopened the city commission.
Okay, yes. And I understand that the city manager would like to make his report. What is the will of my colleagues?
Can we defer?
Commissioner?
I think we should. It's late in the evening. People should be here. Although I understand the city manager wants to present.
So for the record, so that we can sort of lay it all on the table, I'm not waiting another month to make this presentation. I'm not going to sit here and be subjected to the kind of stuff that was said today, by the way, which half of it was lies made up and fabricated. So here's what I propose we do. I'll distribute the report. I'll meet with each of you individually. You can grill me to no end. I will release the report to the media so that you know there is a full disclosure of what happened and you know what transpired. But this has been a little arduous to kind of wait. And in all fairness, I'm just getting hit with, you know, really a lot of misinformation, a lot of allegations that are completely untrue. So I'll distribute the report. I'll put a narrative to it as part of the distribution. And I'm happy to meet with each of you individually, and you can pepper me all you want with whatever questions you want.
But I just wanted to add to that, Mr. Manager. I know it's very disagreeable. I know it's super difficult, but I think it's also an opportunity to face those people and directly address your positions to them in a public setting.
If they were credible, I would say yes. By the way, but here's the problem, right? This thing has been lingering now for a couple of months, more than a couple of months. They're the only two that show up every time the issue, you know, is pressed, right? There's no public outcry, there's no public sentiment. It's the two of them, and that's it. And it's pretty
And one right here.
And pretty consistent, Yeah, but you didn't comment this time. So in the end, I'll meet with them individually. I'll sit with Billy Corbin across the table and I'll present everything to him. I have no issue with that at all, by the way. Billy Corbin to me is someone that, you know, clearly has a lot of followers and a lot of people that are interested in what he says. I'm happy to give him the information. I'm happy to sit with him. I'll answer whatever questions he has. I have a long history with Billy Corbin. So I'm not hiding from it and I won't run from it. And I'm happy to do it. I'm just not going to wait another month to make a presentation. I will disseminate the information. I'll get it all out there.
I think that's fair.
And I will meet with whoever wants to meet with me.
I think
Okay,
that's fair.
but Mr. City Manager, it's not only them two that come here.
Right.
You see, if you listen to the Hispanic radio, they has been blown out of proportion. And I think that for the benefit of the city, for your own benefit, we have to clear the air.
I will, and I'll be
clear the air.
I'm happy to disseminate the information with everybody that wants it. I'm happy to do it.
I think
I'm not hiding
what the
from it.
manager said is fair. He said he will give us the report. He will disseminate the report to the media. He will meet with each one of us, and he will speak to whoever. If after you receive the report, you have questions and you want to ask him something publicly, that's fine. But
Okay.
I think that he should be able
That's
to.
fair
And
enough.
again, this is another example
Give me
of
the report and
he's
I'm going
feeling
home.
like people are saying things that are not true, and he wants to clear the air. He wants to submit the report that he's done. Let him submit the report, send it to us, send it to whoever.
Guys,
Wait,
I don't
city
know.
clerk is here. The
No.
city clerk is here. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
What? Commissioner Gabella?
Look, as for me, I would rather that the next meeting, the city manager, with all due respect, says it in public, okay? I understand where he's coming from, but also, remember, Art, we asked you for this a while back, like a month and a half back, and you came into my office and I said, there needs to be an explanation. I can't, ignore this, you know what I mean? Because, like Manolo says, people are asking about it, and we need to clear the air. So we know that so people know that we're doing our jobs. I think it would be imperative upon you to give it in front of the people. It's not the same that you come to me and you show me, and you know what? I might believe you, and I believe you, but it ain't the same thing. I would urge you, please, to reconsider. It's only 3 weeks away, a month away. There's an audience. You tell them, and that's it. And then we do what we got to do. But I think that's important.
No, I disagree because, and I've heard, I hear how you feel when someone is saying something that is not true about you. I hear you are extremely passionate, disseminating.
Yeah, but I defend myself. He can defend himself.
So but in defending himself, giving us the report, submitting the report because he said he would do it, giving it to the media, giving it to the bloggers, giving it to whoever. That doesn't mean that we can't ask him questions at our next commission meeting after you've gotten your report. But at least then he has gotten this off of his chest, and he hasn't been able to do that.
This is not for him to get off his chest. This is for the people. For the people
We are
that
not-
know that he's doing correct. This is not
I'm
the other
not
way
saying
around.
that-
We are here to serve the people.
I am not saying
this
that
is not
the
the other
people-
way around.
I'm not
This
saying
is not
that the people-
people don't have a problem with him, and
You
they didn't do anything
see
to
what I'm
him.
saying, Commissioner? When I'm trying to make a point.
Yes, I know. You're making the point, but I don't agree with it.
But not agreeing with me doesn't give you the right to interrupt me. And
All right.
that is what I'm saying. Everyone is passionate about whatever. When somebody is saying something that you don't like, you jump all over the place. I'm saying that this man has a right to defend himself and his family as well. He wants to give us the report. Let him give us the report. If we have questions to ask him in front of the public, let him speak in front of the public. We are not giving up any right by getting the report. We are not giving up any of our rights or the rights of the community to talk about this report. He is saying that he will submit the report to the media. The media will disseminate it, and then April 11th, we can question him publicly on this report. He is not trying to hide anything, and I don't see anything wrong with him giving us the report and providing the report to the media. And that's all I have to say about it. If you want to take another action, that would require a motion. So if anybody wants to make a motion, make a motion.
I have a question. Not to, sorry, at this late hour. But is there a way, that, like you said, where he's not in that position of having to deal with the dialogue, but we still open it up during public comments?
It's still coming before the commission on the April 11th.
So my concern
Right.
here is to allow the folks, because I don't think it's just two people. I think we have an obligation to allow,
And we do
and I know
not
how
shy away
bad.
from public comment. We do not shy away from public comment. We welcome all public comments. Good, bad, or indifferent, we welcome all public comments. The thing is, you can't pick and choose our public comments. You can't get upset when somebody says something that you don't like, and you can't decide, okay, well, we want to blah, blah, blah. Like I've tried to point out throughout this entire meeting, you know what? It depends on whose ox is being gored. You can act how you want to act when it's your ox being gored, but then you want all of us to behave in a certain way. Give us the report. If I don't have a motion, the City of Miami Commission meeting for March 14th, 2024 is now in recess.
No, I think we're adjourning. I believe we're, no.
Oh, we're adjourned.
Over. Adjourned.
Adjourn, yes.